Good morning. Good morning. I'm running a little bit late. I apologize. I had to get my coffee. Shout out to everybody. We got a lot of people here waiting for us. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Shout out to everybody. Now let me share this with everybody. Let them know that we're live. Oh man. Last night we received the transcripts for yesterday. So I did a pre-recorded video on Bana. So to kind of conclude that part, we live now. Let's go. Let's go. Apparently, it's getting good in there as far as things that are happening in the courtroom. So we're about to get into it. Good morning, everybody. Hit that like button, please. Let everybody know that we're live. Yesterday was a bit of a crazy day for us, but we are back and ready to go. Let me make sure I got all my tabs in order here. Shout out to everybody coming through, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. I did not have time to read all of Jane's intro yesterday, but I do have the transcripts, so I could definitely review that. Let me make sure that all my stuff is in order. Where's Safari at? Diddy Trial. Here we go. Okay, that was an hour ago. Here we go. We about to get started. Welcome, everybody. Okay, I need you not to do that anymore. Okay. So we get started. They had some, I guess, conversations that attorneys usually do before the jury goes in. So at about 39 minutes before the jury in, the judge asked, what about the screenshots of text between Miss Ventura and Miss Cora? Alex Shapiro for the defense answers, only the text should be admitted, not the photo. Government speaks, the jurors should know it's a screenshot, next, not the text. Okay. So government speaks, my error was only look at the messages first. I apologize. Judge speaks, you may like the screenshots as opposed to the text. I'm not done, says the judge. Oh shit. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Okay. So something's going on with the government and the judge. Government is like, I mean, they're still deciding on evidence, and the judge is like, I'm not done talking, okay? I'm sorry for interrupting you. Judge says, I understand. I'm not sure this is the hill you want to die on. What hill is that? That's the question. Okay. And then Combs' lawyer, Driscoll, which is one of the least active, I would say we're not seeing him a whole lot as far as the stand goes, but he's in this team of lawyers for Diddy. He says, these texts, you have thousands of videos of my performing every weekend on your phone. They're backwards looking and hearsay. We argue that Mr. Combs was upfront about the non-monogamous nature of the relation. As Jane said, okay, government speaks, in their opening, they attacked Jane's credibility, called it a consensual. As you heard yesterday, Jane felt coerced. They have opened the door. Judge speaks, they're admissible to rebut the defense opening. So it is appropriate to introduce those statements. Defense Driscoll for the defense, the government sent us 6 years of text messages. Then they somewhat reduced them. We stand by our objection. The foundation has not been laid. Setting the foundation, side note, is very, very important because we won't know anything that's going on if they don't set a foundation. That's really what the argument is here. The judge says the government should lay the foundation. Government speaks, we have laid it. Oh, shit. Our judge says, bring in the jury and the witness. Combs speaks. Good morning. How many times have you traveled to Las Vegas? Jane is on the stand. Once on Sean's plane. He was hosting an event. Then he wanted entertainment for the night. We have that. Comey then asked, what do you mean? And entertained, we had S. Okay. What did going off the grid mean? Getting free, Jane responds. Sean called you a freak? Excuse me, hold up. Getting off, what did going off the grid mean? Getting free. Then the question becomes, did Sean call you a freak? Yes, he wanted me to be wild and sexual. Did you ask Sean if the entertainers could wear condominiums? Yes, says Jane. The first time with Don and another. Sean guilt tripped me out of it. It was not something he wanted to see. What was his tone? Asked Comey. Condescending. Did he say why he did not want the entertainer to wear a condominium? He did not want to see a rubber, says Jane. Did you raise it ever when sober and not in a hotel room? Yes. Was this ever recorded? Asked the government. Yes, one that I was aware of. I'm trying to ask the entertainer if he can wear a condominium. He's looking for it. Okay. And then the government speaks or asks, I'd like to call up this exhibit with an aid. Did you listen to this? Jane says yes. And did you read the transcripts that's up on the screen? Yes. Okay. The screen is not visible for the gallery. Okay. So scratchy audio is played. So they're playing some audio, y'all. Government speaks. Let's start at 8 minutes and 20 seconds. When you said, I think they've in the chair, what you referring to? Condominiums. What did you understand what Sean mean when he said you were just taking dinosaur? Jane speaks that we had already had intercourse. Okay, call me for the government. And when he said, if you don't touch your self right now, what was he saying? To just move. Why did you think you needed a permission from Sean for the man to have S with your body to wear a condominium? Objection from Combs' lawyers. Overruled. Sidebar. Sure. Okay, so then they have a sidebar. Are we still on the side? Oh, I guess we're still on the sidebar. Let's see. Lord have mercy. Good morning. Good morning, my beautiful people. How's everybody doing? Oh, they're back from the sidebar. Okay, I just had to refresh it. They're back. Why did you say no? He'd get agitated, says Jane. He would intercourse with an entertainer and, excuse me, how would the intercourse with the entertainer end? He'd finish on me. Then what with Sean? We'd have S. Would you clean up the emancipation? No. Hold up. Why not? Sean liked it. Wait, he wouldn't clean up the The question was, would you clean up the emancipation? No. Why not? Sean liked it. To play around it. Hold up. Then what? I'd take a shower and get ready for the next one. Typically, how many rounds? Objection. Overruled. Jane speaks. Every entertainer was different. Some 3. Oh man. Okay. Comey speaks. Would you decide if you could stop when you were tired? Jane, Sean, excuse me. I think they meant to say who would decide if you could stop if you were tired? Sean. And so Jane starts sobbing. Do you need a moment? Jane is sobbing. I'm sorry. What was your question? How did you say you wanted to stop? I'd say like, I'm hungry and make little faces. Oh my God. Jane further goes, I'd send him subtle cues. Okay, Comey speaks. What would he say? He'd say, you're not getting tired on me, are you? Let's go out on a high note. Let's finish strong. And she's sobbing. What would Sean give you to keep you awake and having S with the entertainers? X. Did you ever cry after one of these hotel nights? Twice. Tell us about the first. I thought it was a date night, one-on-one. But he said that there would be entertainer, just a quick one. I hung on to that, but 18 hours. 18 hours? Oh, okay. Let me refresh CNN. Shout out to everybody. I will shout people out here in a minute. Give me one sec. So at the start of this, there were some evidentiary issues that the lawyers were discussing. By the way, there have been evidentiary issues that the lawyers have been discussing since yesterday as it pertains to Christina Korman messages. And I have that transcript from yesterday's here that we could talk a little bit about, but we're going to do a video on this. Actually, I'm editing the video as we speak. Okay. Prosecutors and defense attorneys are discussing summary charts of text that have already been admitted into evidence. Prosecutors want to highlight the charts for the jury. Comey said that the prosecution team wants to include it in the summary charge of photos of Combs' phone showing messages between Combs' Jane, that was recovered from his former chief of staff, Christina Quorum. Comey said, "You see Quorum hand-holding Combs' phone, which shows Quorum knowledge of events described in text, and Quorum had access to Combs' phone." Christina is going down, you guys. I don't know if she has any immunity, to be quite honest. I think she's going down. Okay, so Jane is back on the stand, of course, and she's saying the things that she's saying. She's describing these FO nights. I don't know if they call them FOs by then, but just giving you guys an idea of what's happening, okay? All right, now hold up. And then, do we have an update? We do. I don't want to get too far behind. Okay. So she said, "I thought it was a date night, one-on-one, but he said that there would be entertainer, just a quick one. I hung on that, but 18 hours, and after 18 hours and 3 rounds with the entertainers, Sean said he had to leave. I started crying." "Were you with someone else?" Comey asked. I was with Sean. It was the Waldorf in the Beverly Hills early in our relationship. "What did Sean say?" "He said, 'Are you crying?' like looking disgusted. Then he just sat there listening to music. I was cleaning to him. He said he could move things around with his family and I could go home with him. I just wanted to be in his arms after all that." Jeez. Lord have mercy. Yes, the court has revealed that Christina is a co-conspirator. We have the documents on that. She is considered a co-conspirator. You said, I mean, I haven't even had coffee yet, says the five. I am not going live. Like, I need to listen. Self-care, I got to do coffee first, okay? But shout out to everybody. So hold up. Let me, I know, sorry, y'all. Y'all, we started this ish early in the morning, okay? Good morning. Good morning. Thank you guys for waiting patiently for me. We're live now, and we will not have issues today. We won't. 18 hours. 18 hours. Hold up, y'all. I gotta tell you guys something. And shout out to Diddy Docket for sharing our stuff. Thank you, Diddy Docket. Trying to refresh my phone. I gotta say shout outs to people here. Comey. Well, hold up. So they went on for 18 hours. I just wanted to be in his arm after all. Comey says, and the second time, so Comey's asking her about the times that she was crying. "I was in the shower after one of these nights. Comey speaks, "Is your memory spotty? What do you remember?" "I was so high, I was having S with Paul. Then I was in the shower with Sean. He said, 'Stop it, I'm too high. Stop.'" Wow. He said stop it, or I don't know. Who said stop it? That's the question. Okay, let me just shout out some people. First of all, shout out to James. Thank you so much. James. Is James in the chat? James said, send a PayPal and said Tootsie Rolls. Miramari, thank you so much for this. Sending waves of love and some funds for whatever. Thank you. And then I forgot to shout out Pamela. Thank you. Nana of 12, thank you. I'm trying to be careful about your guys' names and not saying them. Belen, thank you again for the Cash App yesterday. You were very sweet. She sent me the sweetest Cash App yesterday with the message. I didn't even know you could send messages on Cash App. Thank you, Belen. Shout out to everybody. Tony, everybody that's coming through. Okay, so Jane testifies that Combs wanted her to be wild and sexual. Okay, hold up. I think we have an update. So Comey asked about Paul. So let's go back up to what Jane was saying. "I was so high, I was having S with Paul. And then I was in the shower with Sean. He said, 'Stop it, I'm too high, stop.'" Okay. He said that? Comey then asked, "Paul?" Jane says, "One of the entertainers." Were these hotel nights work for you? Objection. Objection from the defense. Overruled. It was work from start to finish. What did you do to try to get them to end sooner? The government asked. I try to have S with the entertainers faster. Oh my God. By the way, this Jane Doe was with him during the raids, and I believe with him up until his arrest. So she was around Diddy with him a lot. And yeah, that's who this, and the reason why people are like, well, who, this Jane Doe dated, was with somebody, has a child with another person in the industry. And this person has animosity towards Diddy for various reasons, but this being one of them. So that just should tell you a little bit of why, what's going on. Which to me, it's like surprising that they would keep her as a Jane Doe, given that she's a public persona. But I don't know why they kept her as a Jane Doe. So, but that's on them. Okay. So let's get it together. Let me keep reading. I try to have S with entertainers fast. What did you do to try to speed up things? Government asked. I do foreplay and I need to get some new code words. I do play and bring them into the room. Sean would say, slow it down, more play. What words would he use? Objection, time frame. That's fair, says the judge. May to October 2023. Okay, so they're objecting to everything. A time frame, okay? Government asks, May of 2021 to October 2023, what would Sean say? He's say, I'm not ready to see that yet. How would you feel? Sidebar. Judge said, sure, okay. So defense is asking for a sidebar. Lord have mercy. Failed pessimist, thank you so much for this. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. Thank you. Oh my God. Literally. Good morning, Miss Addie B. How are you? Thank you for being here. Thank you, everybody, for y'all can be somewhere else and you guys are here. Thank you. And thank you, failed pessimist. Thank you. This is some rough shit. I would say so. Some of this is rough. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone can Google and figure it out who she is. Yes, but we not. And by the way, I just put somebody on timeout. Like, no shit, Sherlock. We know who she is. Like, why do you put it in the chat? It's so and so's mother. It's so like we know. Read the room. Nobody's putting her information there. So let's stop that. Like, stop. I don't think it's funny whatsoever, especially because she's under a Jane Doe. Like, anyways, they are getting to the nitty gritty. Absolutely. They're on a sidebar. So Jane testifies today that around 2023, she flew on Combs' private jet to get there, and they had a hotel night. She confirmed that she had S with the entertainers. She testified yesterday that entertainers were other men that she had S with at Combs' direction. Jane said that Combs used the term freak to refer to her sometimes by saying he wants to freak. He wants to freak. And she meant it that Combs wanted her to be wild and sexual. Okay. There is a video recording that the jury is watching. Okay, they're on a sidebar. Man, already 10 a.m. sidebar. They had evidentiary issues. This is not looking like a good morning so far for anybody here. But thank you. No more outages. I know, right? No more outages. Pray, no more outages. Thank you. You said, I hope the dad gets full custody. Oh, Lord have mercy. Thank you. I give you soap opera? Lord have mercy. Yeah, Nelda, I think an attorney has said this as well. We were there's some I guess we'll find out. I think that for me it's like, and I know you probably would say the same, but if you kind of like are kind of on there in that point, I'm kind of feeling you too. It's like you wonder, um, because they're gonna the defense is gonna have a field day with this Jane Doe. If you guys know, you know. Belen, thank you so much again for yesterday. I really appreciate your cash app. Thank you, and your that was a really cute message. I didn't know you could say like designated messages. Thank you, thank you. So, video recording captures conversation between Jane and Combs and another man. Okay. So Combs was typically dismissive, she said. The video recording of a hotel night captured a conversation between Jane Combs and a man named Don. In the recording, Jane could be heard asking Don to wear a condominium, but Combs intervened, expressing his disapproval. Okay, so there's a video of her wanting to wear something, and he didn't want it. That's crazy. So Jane Oh my God. Prosecutor Maureen asked Jane why she needed Combs' permission to have the man she was having S with wear a condominium. Jane seemed to get emotional on the stand and said that she was still trying to process that. She said she didn't insist on wearing a condominium because then Combs would be unhappy. When asked why there was a recording of hotel nights, Jane said, because Sean liked me recording me and the entertainers. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, it's just interesting. Well, I think it's kind of like, honestly, like this is, I think, the crux of this, right? Like, if you're being coerced, um, she's not an S worker though. I think that's the other thing, right? At least that's not how she sees herself as an S worker. She's not seeing herself that way. So it's one of those things where it's like, um, can you truly understand her side of things? I know that ain't this a Gerald, isn't this crazy? The Harvey Weinstein trial is happening right next to 2 buildings down. Honestly. You said, yeah, Diddy and her baby daddy have been rivals long before, long before. Why would she go into that situation? She know damn well he's smutty. Well, and then you saw um 50 is posting a lot of things on social media. Like, I'm like, Lord have mercy. And then he deleted them too, by the way. So I'm like, you're stupid, 50. Like you know that you troll, right? So it's like you think people aren't gonna screen grab the shit that you're saying. He put a picture of Bert and Ernie in a lingerie. Mm. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Thank you, V. Oh my God, really, Nelda? And you know who else liked the picture? Let me show you guys. I literally dropped my coffee when I saw this shit. I said, "You guys, you can't make this shit up." And not the meat grinder guy on Vlad. Okay? Not the freezer meat guy on Vlad. Let me show you guys. Look. This is from his profile. Okay? And let me show you who liked the picture. Fucking Tyrone Blackburn. Tyrone Blackburn liked the picture. I cannot. I said, Tyrone, aren't you supposed to be filing something or doing something? Did you just, by the way, Tyrone got called out yesterday. We have the transcript. So I have a whole video on that. You guys got to wait on that. Because it's not Mia, I'm sorry. Bana said a lot more about Tyrone. Okay? Not Tyrone, aren't you supposed to be filing something, doing something with the court? Oh, and then see, this is why I tell you guys. Hold up. Do we have an update? Let me see if I can refresh this. This is crazy. I got to show you guys another thing too. Uh, freezer meat. I told you guys that these people got to be careful. Freezer meat is on Vlad TV. These people go to court, they do their little testifying, they get their immunity. I don't know if he got immunity, but they get their immunities, they say all this shit in court, and then they go to Vlad TV. And that never ends well. Ask Keefy D and ask some other ones too, but ask Keefy D. Vlad, he went to, didn't I tell you guys? I called this. Watch, he's going to go to Vlad TV. And where's he at? At Vlad. Okay. Here we go. And they're back. And they're back. Freezer Meat is trying to sell that book. He is. Okay, here we go. And they're back. How did you feel? Comey asks. I want to be with Sean at the end. Where would you go? To his residence. Was there any part of the hotel nights you enjoyed? Being with Sean, she says. Okay. Comey then asks, would he text him? I think they meant to say, would you text him? To say I love you, says Jane. Did you text that you wanted to have S? Yes, with him. Did you text him that you wanted to have S with others? Yes, it was his fantasy. Did you tell him you wanted to text? Yes. Did you tell him you wanted to S? Yes. Okay. Some typos in there. So, like I said, I mean, this is pretty similar to Cassie. Okay. Okay. We're waiting for an update. Chasing clout. Thank you. You said, wow, they're actually playing videos right in front of the jury, and that's why she keeps breaking down. Yeah, they have to. You think 50 should be careful? Karma doesn't have an expiration date. And Tyrone, I would sit this one out, right? I think, listen, but 50, see, Nelda, that's the question. Brainwash on the job? When did she realize that this was a job? That becomes the question. Who said, you're not timed out, you're here? As long as you guys aren't dropping names of, like I said, just don't be dropping names of the Jane Doe. Like, we know who she is, y'all. But we need to be careful with that. I'm not gonna jeopardize stuff because people think they're funny. Like, I have to be able to be careful with that. Okay. Would he text him to say I love you? Did you tell him you wanted to S him or S? Yes. Okay, we have another update. Did he tell you what to text? Yes, he'd ask, what do you want? Be explicit. Oh, okay. So he was telling her what to text. Like he was telling her, like, be explicit about what you want with him. And she's like, yeah, he would ask, what do you want? Be explicit. Why did you write things? I want to make my lover happy. Look at this one. November 9th, 2021. What's you write? I wrote, I'm corny for you. Okay. She wants corn for you. Okay. Let's see. So, yeah. Yeah, but you know that the defense is going to jump on this too, right? They're going to definitely jump on, like, what is what's the word? What is consensual versus what isn't, and then everything that she got from being there, if you know what I mean, you know? Yeah. And then the violence will come. That's right. That's right. You said they weren't even dating, y'all. Well, were they official? Because so earlier on, she said that it wasn't monogamous. She knew that he had a bunch of women. So I don't know, man. You said so he grooms all the women to do exactly the same stuff. That's what it sounds like. But the what's the word? I'm gonna say something in a little bit, but I gotta figure out how to say it. Okay. Okay. So Government asks, you don't have to read this, but did you write this? I want to S. Paul's dinosaur. Why did you write that? I knew it would turn Sean on. Who is Paul? An entertainer. You texted him you wanted to stop having hotel nights? Yes. Okay. Um, let me say something real quick. And let me confirm this before I even say it. This Jane Doe, she's younger. She's a lot younger than Diddy, right? By age. However, I think one thing that if she was wanting, I don't know what she wanted from him, right? She was getting money at some point. When did she realize that she was doing a job versus being in this relationship? That's the question that I have. Because I say that because it's like, um, there's a lot of, I sense the coerciveness. I get this, but um, there had to have been a red flag at some point, right? You're with a man who has been in the industry for many years, who you are not the first one that he was doing freak offs with, right? So I kind of wonder, like, did it ever occur to her head, like, oh damn, like this is the kind of stuff that he's into. Maybe I need to be careful. Um, be mindful. He's making you have S with, other people without a condominium. Uh, mm, that's a red flag. It just makes you wonder now. Is it a possibility that she became dependent? Yeah. Maybe she became dependent of him. Maybe he set her up that way. Could very well be the case. It's laying the foundation of that that's going to be kind of tricky, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. Okay, hold up, y'all. What did you write here? I'm so much more than being left in the dark of a hotel room. My heart is breaking. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. I feel like it's the only reason you pay for the house. We need to talk like adults. Oh, okay. Give me one sec, guys. So when she writes, all right, I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. I feel like it's the only reason you pay for the house. We need to talk like adults. I think it speaks to her state of mind. I think it says that she thought that this was going to go somewhere else, especially when she says, my heart is breaking. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. I feel like it's the only reason you pay for the house. We need to talk like adults. So that's interesting. I think it speaks to her state of mind. She viewed Diddy and his shenanigans as a come up. She had an option to leave and she wanted rent money, so she stayed. It's a transactional relationship. I think that that's what it sounded like yesterday, too. And I even said, I was like, guys, this is giving transactional because she knew kind of what was coming. But we could definitely do a poll. We could do a poll on this. You said not transaction. She was delusional, says Baby K. Say more. You said you love the polls. I mean, you guys have different opinions, and like I said, I'm not blocking you guys for your differences of opinions. See, people have to understand that this is like a very high profile situation that's happening here. I think we need to be able to understand that not everybody, especially if you know these people, even though she's a Jane Doe, you kind of have to understand that not everybody's going to be like having an understanding of that, and also viewing it as like, how is this jury receiving the information? How are they receiving the information? How are they perceiving the information? Now, hold up. Let me go ahead and do a poll. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Welcome everybody. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button for those that are coming in. Do you feel that this was a and you know what is crazy? Because now that I'm thinking about it, this could have been a transactional relationship without her even knowing, you know? Because especially if she's talking about, I'm so much more than being left in the dark of a hotel room. My heart is breaking. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. I feel like it's the reason you pay for the house. We need to talk like adults. To me, this doesn't give me that she understood what the role was. Does that make sense? Like it's not giving that she understood that it probably wasn't going to go further than that. Let me know. You don't perceive her as brainwashed because she clearly understood that adult conversation was necessary. Yes. But thank you. No wonder why would they get IVs after these parties? 18 hours worth of physical activity. Man, oh man. I wonder if all these women thought that he would eventually get tired of the FQs or FOs. Why did I read Q? I don't know. I think my screen is dirty. And would change and they would be the ones. And he would eventually wifey them. And that's why they kept him. That's what I'm thinking too. You know? Like maybe she didn't understand, based on her response here, she didn't understand that this was all transactional. She thought, oh my God, here's this guy. He loves me. We're in love. We're together. That type of situation. And here we are. You know, she was, Cass was 19. She was 21, 22. Her first relationship when she was with Ryan. Ryan, she was 18 and he was 28. And that's the other thing too, right? Cass was definitely very young. I don't know, man. Let's see. Diddy could have been using her to get 50, honestly. This has been the long rumor too. This has been the long rumor too. It's a definition of insanity. You grab the milk out of the fridge and drink only to realize it's spoiled. Insanity is putting the milk back in the fridge, hoping it will be better tomorrow. Oh man. Do a poll. Do a poll. I'm trying to figure out what to ask in the poll, guys. Hold up. Okay, wait. We have an update and then I'll do a poll. Hold up. Do you feel hold up. This relationship. I don't even want to call it a relationship. I want to call it a situationship. Was it's too early for ice cream. Transactional. Here it is. Start. Okay. Update. How long had Sean been paying your rent? 5 months or so? Did you see rugs in the hotel rooms? Objection. Overruled. X Molly Coca-Cola pink the pinky stuff, which I believe is called Toonsy. Who gave them to you? Sean. Oh. Okay. Did you ever see any of the entertainers taking rugs? No. That was my one rule. I told them they couldn't take rugs. I didn't want them to be out of control while they were with me. Okay. How did X make you feel? Sensual energy. Damn. Yeah, I'm telling you, people are not very keen to what she's saying. Let's see. Well, J Dub, she was making like what, 20,000? She was making 20,000 before the relationship, right? Does that make sense? Do you feel that this situationship was transactional? 80% said yes, 19% said no. Oh. See, and the thing is, the question is it a transactional on whose part? Like I said, her state of mind is on that text that she's like, my heart is breaking. Maybe she didn't realize that this was a transactional situation. Exactly. Plus the rugs will judge your will cloud your judgment of what your actual relationship is about. But yeah. Yeah, let's she said half a dollar. Can we be careful also in mentioning a half a dollar? I have a feeling. Did you see that he like took down his post? Miss Aldi, we were just talking about that. He's trolling and then he took down his post. He was worried about that. It's weird. Okay. Why did you feel that you had to take these rugs? Otherwise, it would be too real. I wanted to. I don't know. Feel like she starts sobbing. It would make things early. Did you ever do hotel nights without the rugs? Twice? Once with Paul? Oh man. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, I still remember this episode right here. This did not end very well. Did you guys ever watch this?
That sound real fun.
I'm definitely more sensual.
You don't like quickies and all that.
Nah,
You like to make love.
I like marathon sex.
Oh my god. He like what? Marathon who? I watched that. I thought this is so awkward. And here we are a couple years later. Look at where we're at now. I know, right? Why did you feel you had to take these rugs? Otherwise, it would be too real. Hmm? Why did you feel you had to take these rugs? Otherwise, it would be too real. I wanted to. I don't know, feel like sobs. It would make things early. Did you ever do hotel nights without rugs? Twice. Once with Paul. Okay. Why didn't you take rugs that time? I didn't want to do that to my body, but it's real too, real. So I asked Sean for a pill. Did Sean give it to you? Yes, I felt better. The second time, my partner was taking too many pills. Who was taking? Sean was taking too many pills? Wow. Well, they were all taking something. It sounded like they wanted a level of disassociation. All that money, right? Wasted on rugs. You think Carisha was smart? Carisha's not saying anything at this point, right? She's kind of like, I see her unbothered, as she should be. I think that if she was able to remove herself from there, good for her. More power to her. You know, um, she should be able to be successful in her life. Oh, let me clear my throat. Yeah, I would agree with this. People keep saying I would never do, but the truth is, you don't know until you're in that situation, and most of you would probably have done it the same thing. I agree with this. A lot of people say I would never, and then you find them doing the exact same thing. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Let's see. She's not even rapping anymore. Was she even good? No shade. Okay. All right. He said, I'll do 30 days without rugs, but let's have one last sobriety party at the Elmitage. Elmitage. I can never say this. It's French, right? How long did it last? Asked the government. Too long, 18 hours. What happened? The first guy, the second guy, I was not feeling well. I threw up. Oh, shit. Didn't Cassie say she also threw up during an FO? Mm. Mm-hmm. I think they both saw each. I think this two things can be true. I think that I don't know. I mean, I would like to believe that some of these people were in love with him. I don't know. Okay, Lermatarge. Excuse me. Listen, I've been learning a lot of new words lately. My pronunciation is getting on point. Okay, here we go. I told Sean I'd just thrown up. What did he say? He said, that's good. Now you're ready for the third guy. He's here. How did you feel? I was just disgusted. I was just repulsed. I was just too mad to myself. Oh, girl. Oh. He didn't give an ish. He didn't give an ish. I thought it was well known too. Nick, this is why I'm saying this. It's like, did she realize that, okay, I think I'm guilty of this too. I'll say it. I'm guilty of something. You know how when you like maybe when I was younger, right? Like you get in situations or um you get in situations thinking that you can change the outcome of a person. I get the sense that this is what this is, right? Like, yeah, this is a rumor in the industry that Diddy does X, Y, and Z, but I can change him. You know what I mean? Like, I can change him. I could change Diddy. Does that make sense? So I kind of get the sense that like maybe this is what it was, you know? Um, for anyone shaming these women, just think about it. They will never mentally recover, you guys. The physical torture is over. The mental torture was only the beginning. Um, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, she was friends with Cassie. She knew everything. Maybe if he loves me enough to change. I was muted, Aries. I was. Maybe if he loves me enough, I can change him. That's what it sounds like to me. Like it's almost like, but this is the thing that I think I'll speak for myself. I even went through as well. Yeah. No, I don't think so. I think that I don't think that necessarily makes her dumb. I think that she really wanted something out of an outcome of this. And if anything, I think that that teaches us to be like careful with your kids and let them know like you can't change people no matter what you do. Exactly. Aries, you changed your picture. I think I can change him. LOL. That's the same mindset. You know? Okay. Jane said, I was mad and I had let myself get into this. Comey then says, this would be a good place for a break. I agree. Oh, they're on a break. Oh, wow. He's a worker. You got to think critically. He used money to groom her. That's right. She went into it for money, but I definitely don't think she knew it was going to become an FO queen. And Naomi, I agree with this. This is why I say her state of mind, especially when she's texting him, like, I'm so much more than this. I'm so much more than that. So you got to wait. Did she know that this man the rumors about Diddy are so old. When did I first start hearing about Diddy? I think it was when he first got with Cassie, or Cassie was around, that I remember hearing. And I mean, I'm nobody, you know what I'm saying? I'm a nobody, but you would hear rumors. And this wasn't like the internet clearly was around, but we weren't always getting rumors from the internet. You know, you would maybe read in a magazine or read some stuff out there about people's love lives and stuff like that. So yeah, you gotta be mindful of that. But yes. But how much money do you need? I don't know. Jane Doe baby daddy told her about Puff. Trust me, she totally knew. Yeah. You think it's more of a side chick thing until they find out later it wasn't the main chick as a villain? When did they depart? After his arrest? They were together. They were together when the raids happened too. This Jane Doe and Diddy were together when the raids happened. Okay. They were together when, I mean, she was pictured outside with him on that boat. So there's a lot. So I guess, like I said, everybody's entitled to their opinion about how they feel about her. We just, as long as you're not saying her real name in the chat, I don't give a shit. I heard a big content creator that was in the courtroom say the name. I was like, oh, don't get kicked out now. Don't get kicked out now. People are slipping. There you had the big content creators that were saying her name. I was like, oh no. Oh no. Okay, they're on a break. Opinions are like booty holes. Everyone has one. I'm opinionated, but you guys are very well opinionated too. Hey, Miss Bennett, how are you? Mrs. Bennett, how are you? She might have. Lord have mercy. Luigi. I know Cheeks is in here too. She seen things from the outside until she became the main private check. It still don't make it right though. I agree. Thank you, Lady Loves Gardening. I think two things can be right at the same time. I don't think she's going to get immunity. Oh my God. Let me show you guys something, okay? Let me show you guys something. Yeah, I got too many tabs open here, but let me shut this down real quick. I have to show you guys something. I don't think she's going to get immunity at all. Was this yesterday's transcripts? Yeah. Co-conspirator. Here it is. And I quote, this is a paragraph. I did a pre-recorded on this, so I will probably release it today once I'm done editing. I'm going to show you guys something real quick, okay? Straight from the transcripts. Remove while they're on break. She's a co-conspirator. I think she's going to have her own case. So they were going back and forth on evidence. This was yesterday in the morning before court started. Okay. And by the way, here's another thing you guys didn't know early in the morning. The judge started the hearing. This is what, page 19? Okay, we're going to jump into page 19. The judge started the hearing yesterday. Let me show you guys something that people weren't talking about. Immediately, the judge in the morning, this was before Diddy got reprimanded, they said anything, okay? First, just really a reminder to the parties, that to everyone who's here in the court, while this is a large courtroom, we're all packed in here and we have a lot of jurors. So I want to remind everyone to make sure that you are minding your facial expressions. There should be no attempt from anyone here to interact with, communicate with, or influence the jury. I've been reminded and asked the security that in the courtroom, as well as the court staff, to monitor this conduct and report any violations. If there are violations, the court will take swift action. Something was going on in the morning that the court had to say, like, listen, I want to remind everybody. And then a couple of hours later, Diddy got called out. Okay. So there was that. Now let's go to page 19. Talk about KK. So they were arguing about evidence. There is a text message out there that the government has, okay, about Cassie telling KK that Bana was dangling from 17 floors, okay? That Diddy had her. Something happened there. They wanted to admit that. And the government says something, and I quote, I think this is the heartland of 803 state of mind evidence. It's important here that I think that Miss Ventura is expressing her fear of Mr. Combs to Miss Coram, who is an agent and a co-conspirator of Mr. Combs. A co-conspirator. Okay. I don't think she got any type of deal. I honestly think that they're going to come after her independent. They got to get the snake, and then they got to get the other guys. She might be one of them. Okay. This message shows Miss Coram's knowledge of Ventura's fear. In other words, this message is used to show the effect on the listener, Miss Coram. And under those several bases, the government position is that the screenshot is admissible. They had the screenshot about that message. Well, the video that I dropped today will explain a little bit more about the screenshot. So stay tuned, okay? I don't want to get too much into it. But yes, let me remove this. Let me make sure we got the other one up. That's crazy. Hold up. I got to get something real quick. Give me 1 second. All right. Are they back? All right, let me see what CNN is saying. So, like I said, yesterday, by the way, I did read all of Bana's testimony, and let me just say that the defense won. Okay, I hate to put it this way, like in terms of like the arguments, what they proved that in their arguments, in my opinion, it sounds like they don't have the right dates of this incident. They don't even know if Diddy was around when it happened. Westmoreland literally, she's a defense attorney. She did an awesome job proving that her story is questionable in general. So there's that. There's that. You said, I feel like this Jane Doe witness is for the prosecution to add credibility to the other witnesses like Cassie and the male S workers. Gotcha, Tracy. So the defense actually took a win yesterday with their questioning. So yeah. So is KK going to be a witness? I don't know, little CC. That's what we got to find out. Little C. I don't know why I said CC. Little C. I don't know. I just think that she is considered a co-conspirator. And I'm assuming if she's going to be any kind of witness, she probably has to sign immunity, sign something. I just don't know how she could even receive it because she was well aware, just like Roger Bond. All of these people were well aware. Miss Toby says that if KK gets charged, she's taking a deal. There's no way she's going to risk going to trial. How in the world would she defend herself? How do you defend yourself? Oh my God, Paul on the go. How are you? Shout out to Paul on the go. How do you defend yourself? That's the question. I don't know, man. This case has been, there are people here who know nothing. And I know maybe people in my chat that are like, I know nothing about a lot of what's going on with these individuals because they don't follow like Diddy or didn't grow up with the music. But some of you guys are intrigued by the case and you're like following the case because you're like, oh my God, this is really happening. This is the kind of stuff that happens. Yeah, it's crazy, but it's true in every industry. Yes, yes, yes. She's still going down with Diddy. Gerald, I think that there's something to be said there. I was just doing my job, says Yanni. Yeah, that's what Roger Bond said, right? Thank you. Oh my God. Well, shout out to you, Poe. I hope you're doing well. You said exactly, accountability is a learning tool. Didn't the phone guy prove that the balcony thing did happen? Just the wrong date? What phone guy? The metadata? Are you talking about that? It didn't prove anything. I mean, at least from what I read. But stay tuned for that video, Jacqueline, because I think you're going to find it interesting. I'm going to release it tonight. And this is Bana's like last, thought. I know, right, Poe? Where are the likes? But are we liking the video? Are the likes liking? Come on now. You got me working over here. Okay. Can I get at least 300 likes with 500 people in here, please? And thank you. Yeah, the tech guy was wild. That was wild. I think that there's enough reasonable doubt to question whether the dates, if that makes sense. But that's just my thought. Okay. So do we have enough? I know they're on a, how do they end? Oh, good place to break. Okay. No update. Jane says she took rugs because she didn't want to feel like it was too real. Jane testified that she took rugs during the hotel nights because she didn't want to feel like it was too real. Jane said that she wanted to make things easier. Her voice was breaking when she was saying this. Jane recalls that she tried to not use rugs during 2 different hotel nights. The first time, she says, she made a decision because I was tired of doing that to my body. She didn't like it. The fantasy of it all wasn't there. It wasn't easy. It was too real that this was happening. She said, I ended up asking for a pill. Okay. The second time Jane tried to use rugs during a hotel night was October 2023. She said that she really wanted Combs to get sober around that time, and he agreed to stop taking substances for 30 days. But Combs took X and Coca-Cola. Okay, so then Maureen asked Jane how she felt after the hotel nights without any rugs. I was disgusted. I just was repulsed, and I was so mad at myself for doing that. I just deeply regretted it. Okay. Damn. Oh my God. And Piers Morgan yesterday, they had the lawyers arguing with each other. Like I said, it just really, really, really depends on kind of where you stand with this situation. But apparently, hold up, let me see if I can pull Piers Morgan real quick. He had them arguing right there about Cassie and everything, because they've been debating this case. They had Ariel Mitchell. By the way, Ariel Mitchell dropped the kid off her last name. I think she's divorced. Is that what it sounds like? Is that what it sounds like? She didn't even know. Thank you. You forgot to hit my own mod forgot to hit the like button. No. Hold up. Okay, here it is. During the break, Combs, in an animated conversation with Agnifilo, Shapiro, and Steele, talking with his hands. In an animated. Wow. I know, Cheeks is slipping. She dropped the kid, Bele. She did. Yeah, you know how it was Ariel Mitchell kid. Where is Night Charm? Night Charm, if you're in the bushes, because I know Night Charm has talked about Ariel Mitchell kid before. She dropped the kid part. She is no longer, she's just Ariel Mitchell. Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, here's my question, though. Okay, I do have a question. So, I know I miss Night Charm. Night Charm was here earlier. I saw him. Shout out to Night Charm. So, what was I gonna say? So she was with Diddy when he got it, when his homes were raided, right? What led her to end this relationship? At what point did she say, okay, I'm done with this. And then she decided to cooperate with the government. Because like I said, she was with him up until the arrest, literally. So I'm kind of curious to know what led him, what led her to say, I'm out of here. I'm done with this. Nando says when he got arrested. So is that when she started cooperating with the government? So she had no choice when they came knocking at her door. I don't think she wanted to be there today to cooperate with any government as well then. That's right. What led her to end that? What led her to say, I'm going to cooperate or I go to jail, right? That's kind of where we're at. Nebulous said it wasn't buyer's regret, as they say. Nebulous. Yeah, she stayed with him up until his arrest. Because she knows he was done, says Federated States. Gotcha. So then that's when she said, yeah, I'm going to cooperate. You said, I believe she was subpoenaed because they found her FO during the raids and the government is forcing her to cooperate. She might have found some video. They might have found some videos. Now, here's the difference. Cassie turned in her broken computers and laptops, right? She turned those in. I'm not hearing that this Jane Doe turned any of that in. She didn't turn anything in. Not that I'm hearing. Are you guys getting that? I'm not getting that she turned anything in or anything like that. So there's that. It's giving ride or die, which means she still be with them if they were not. Well, that's the question. That's the question, Miss J. Would she still be with them if he were not arrested? Why now is everything bad in her eyes? What do you guys think? This is a good point here. Why is it bad now in her eyes? But it led up to the arrest, right? That's right. That's right, Yanni. I agree with this. The witnesses are not doing well on cross-examination because a lot of them don't want to be there. They're being forced to cooperate by the feds or face possible charges. She's included. She's included. Would she still be with him had he not be facing the stuff that he's facing right now? You said little C said that she would still be with them. That's right. Well, yes, we know that Jane is not on trial. Puff is, but we're just having a conversation about this. Sometimes you only need distance to see what actually happened. Tony, I agree. Distance and time is a thing that can make you wake up. And also, if you're also going to be facing time, I would probably wake the fuck up too and be like, I didn't even know this was a crime. Or, oh my goodness, I didn't even know. I had no idea. You know? Who was the male Esser in the hotel when P. Diddy beat up Cassie, and why isn't he taking the stand? Oh, you're talking about Jules? Jules was the one that was in there. I don't know. Is Jules taking the stand? Because it seems like Jules is a very interesting character. Not only that, it seems like after Cassie left, now we don't know what happened with Gina. Gina could have been the same thing too. She could have also been doing FOs. I feel like we're missing a gap of time here because it was Cassie, then Gina, and Gina, she's not wanting to cooperate, right? She's out. I don't know if they're going to bring her in or force her in or what. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Sounds like y'all put her on trial. Adults can be groomed as well with that. I agree. Adults can be groomed. I don't think she's on trial. We're just having a conversation though. Seems like people find it easier to judge the victims instead of Puff. Yeah, I agree. She does have a civil case against who? This Jane Doe? I don't know if she does. I don't think she does. Gina, I don't know. Did Gina have a civil case against Puff? If he was still paying, oh, I don't know, Lisa. I don't know. This Jane Doe is considered a victim. You may not consider her a victim, but she's considered a victim. But yeah. They should call a cult expert to stand for prosecution. What was that guy who writes the cult books too? Yeah. Absolutely, Yanni. I agree. I think she's both. Astro from space. I think she's both. I think she's considered both. A witness and a victim. I'm pretty sure she's victim number 2 from the indictment. So you can do both. Uh-huh. She's obviously very traumatized and still on rugs until recently. Also, through the text message, it seems like it took her a while to figure out what happened, and she was still in love. That's what it sounds like. She definitely, that message where she talked about, like, I'm waiting in this hotel room, that gave me a state of mind. She thought that she was going to be with this man, and this man wanted to be with her. That's what it's given to me. That she loved him. I think Cassie loved him too. I think she loved him and Cassie loved him. Now, is she? There's no perfect victim, but a victim is a victim. I think it makes her. I think it makes for an unhealthy conversation in any context to not be allowed to hold someone accountable in situations they allow themselves to be in. It starts with drugs. It started with drugs and the besties. Carisha probably holding some of Diddy's money down, waiting for him to get out. Carisha, I think she's probably moved on. I don't know if she's holding anything down. Yeah, he didn't want, he wasn't the monogamous. What's the word? He wasn't monogamous at all, That's not what he said that. He said, I'm not. She understood that. That's why when we were talking about it, like, well, it's kind of giving transactional. But then when you see that message about her saying, like, what was the message? I don't want to misquote it, but it was something to the effect of, it's very deep. Let's see. I'm so much more than being left in the dark of a hotel room. My heart is breaking. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. I feel it's the only reason you pay for the house. We need to talk like adults. Yeah. Okay, bring back Jane and the jury, says the judge. All rise. So they're rising. They're rising. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please. And thank you. Comey starts with the questioning. Did you ever run out of rugs during a hotel night? Yes. What happened? He would call one of the assistants or butlers to bring some more rugs, sometimes to security. There you go. So a lot of people were bringing the rugs. A lot of people were bringing the rugs. There's a lot of situations that I look back on and realize that I play a role in my own suffering. That's part of maturing, says Miss J. Questions on Jane. If she decided to keep it at that free will. So the question was, did Sean ever run out of rugs during a hotel night? Yes. What happened? He would call one of the assistants or butlers to bring more rugs, sometimes to security. Okay. They needed that. They definitely needed that. That's what it sounds like. Let's see. Can you Can she be considered a vulnerable person if she was clocking him while he was with his friend? Ah, Michelle. Okay. All right. What assistance? So the assistance. Oh, okay. Drug mule is being mentioned. Enter to the chat. The drug mule. Okay. What assistance? Brendan, Frank, and John. Let me show you a photo of Brendan, not shown in the gallery, so it's, redacted. That's him. He would bring pill bottles. Then there would be Coca-Cola and plants. That is the isn't that the mule guy? Brendan Paul? That's him. I think, I don't know if he got immunity, but I do wonder about that. So he was the college, he went to college, and he was he playing college basketball? Then he became like a mule for Diddy or something. That's crazy, yo. I'm always surprised finding out who, when I never mind, let me stop. The mules of situations. You know what I mean? Somebody said Brendan Paul the Mule. If you recall, he was arrested when they stopped him at the airport. Yeah, and he had all these rugs and stuff like that. Hold on. Let's see if we can bring up picture. Brendan Paul. It's crazy. Yep. That's him. He's playing basketball. For those that are wondering, who is he? It's him. This is the guy. Brendan Paul, college basketball. Lord have mercy. Stay in school. He clearly didn't hear the drug abuse resistance education program. I certainly did. Sylvia, good morning. Shout out to everybody. They gave Paul some type of plea deal, right? That's what it sounds like. But yes, it was the same day Diddy's Miami's house in LA was raided. Stay in school and off the rugs. That's right. He was given a plea deal. Brendan Paul. Damn, man. Let me see. So he avoids, that's right, because he avoided jail time. And this was back in May of last year. You said my dare officer was my rug dealer at school. There's one thing, listen, I did not know how to read, but I certainly knew what DARE stood for. Drug Abuse Resistance Education. Do we know that the plea deal is factual and not information out of the internet? Well, Vicky, I'm sorry, it's information out of the internet, so I don't know if it's factual. But people did say that he accepted a plea deal to avoid jail time. So I apologize. It's out of the internet. I don't have anything concrete. I'm laughing. Yeah. My dare officer was my drug dealer. That took me out. You were in the dare club? Lord have mercy. Did you? Shout out to BJ Investigates, y'all. Listen. I don't need to. The queen promotes the queen, her, she's amazing. She's breaking things down. Shout out to BJ. She's amazing, y'all. We love BJ. Cassandra, welcome. Shout out to you. Oh my God. Drug abuse resistance education. I didn't know how to read. I probably didn't even know what that meant, but I knew what the initials stood for. So whatever the education system did for us, it did a very good job. Shout out to us. Oh my God. Okay. CNN reports that Jane is back on the stand after a short break. So the jury is back, and Jane, one of Sean Diddy Combs' accuser testifying under pseudonym, is back on the stand after the court takes a short break. During most of her testimony and an hour before the break, Jane was emotional, and a court deputy passed her a box of tissues as she patted her eyes repeatedly. Jane also broke broke into sobs when she testified about being really happy when she was with Combs at the end of the hotel nights. Jane said that they would return to Combs' home and she would put on his favorite TV shows and cuddle with him. Wow. Now here's my question, y'all. J-Lo didn't have a favorite TV. Like, I do wonder if this man has been doing FOs, because it seems like he's been doing them for a long time. Did J-Lo engage in any of those FOs? I have to kind of wonder. Okay. All right. So then the government speaks. Who from security did he call for rugs? Fahim, Jane says. Sean called him Fa. What else, or who else brought drugs? Guido. He brought mostly X, Molly, and Zanny, and Coca-Cola. Did you take Zanny? Yes, after I put Sean to sleep. So, hold up. Who from security did he call for rugs? Fahim. Sean called him Fa. Who else brought rugs? Guido. Okay. he bought mostly X, Molly Mall, and Zanny, and Coca-Cola. Did you take Zanny? Yes, after I put Sean to sleep. Shit, I put him to sleep. Okay. She said, did you tuck him in? Guido. Is that I know I said Guido. Literally. Said, I did 2 events for Diddy and Bad Boy around these times. You think I need to remove it from my portfolio? That's a great question. I don't know. I don't know. For lackey? Guido is a slang term. Isn't that what they use at the Jersey Shore? Is it Guido? Yo, where's Snooki at? They use that at the don't they say that at the Jersey Shore? He said, I don't even have that I worked at the music industry in my portfolio around that time. I don't know. GTL? Yes, it's a Guido. He went by Guido. Lord have mercy. Enter the chat, the Jersey Shore. Yes, Fahim Muhammad. I guess this is say more. This is the picture of them. Shout out to Diddy Docket. I don't know. See, that's how we know I've been watching the Jersey Shore around that show. It's like, that's how I know that. Guido. Thank you. So she took them on her own. At some point, it sounded like she was taking the rugs on her own too. But that's what Cassie was doing too at some point. I mean, it was kind of like to disassociate or self-medicate, right? Like that's what she was doing. Okay, we have an update. Okay. Did you ever carry rugs for Sean? Yes, from LA to Miami. KK told me, I'll have security come out and give you a package. I asked, is it safe and okay? What did KK tell you? She said, it's fine. I do it all the time. I'm telling you. KK. Oh my God. Don't let. Oh my God. Oh my God. My audio is kind of in and out. Can you guys hear me? Let me know. There's only one person that's saying that. So can you guys let me know? Throw their asses under the jail. Is it bad? Is this bad? Okay, yes or no? Is my audio cutting in or out? Let me know. KK be carrying the rugs. Let me know. I'm done with the baby oil. You said my audio is fine? Maybe you guys need to come in and out of the app. Sometimes that happens. Not for you. Okay, thank you guys for answering. I think it's only one person that I've seen. Thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah, Coach Lisa, refresh the app. If you have that issue with the app, refresh it and then go back into the app. That does happen. It's an app thing. I don't know. Okay, we have an update. Where did you give Sean the package? In the bathroom of 2-Star. He opened it and then I saw a colorful pills. I assumed. I don't want you to assume. Did you take the pills? Yes, for the hotel night. It was X. Listen, I'm still stuck on the Obama pills that they had. You know how and I mean it wasn't just Obama, they had the X pill, the pills that they have like the imprints of like, this is why you got to check people's Halloween's candies, because you never know when it comes to this. You just don't. But yes, you said this is an unpopular opinion, but I'm liking KK. She be handling business like a boss. She is giving Queen of the South. Okay, she is. Unfortunately, she's going to jail. But hey, she's giving la reina del sur. All right, she's giving drug. What is it? Distributor. But she's that. Don't you guys think she's giving Queen of the South? She's giving that. Okay? She's giving La Reina del Sur. KK's about to go to jail. Can you imagine, man? You go to, yeah, Grisel, she's giving Griselda Blanco. There you go. She's giving drug lord vibes, right? Oh my God. Yeah, she's giving that. Y'all are laughing. Street drugs are entirely unsafe now. Well, there you go. Yeah, back in the day, the street drugs would have like a little smiley face or like a yin yang or something. Now they got presidents' faces in there. You got different faces. Okay. So did you move rugs for Sean another time? Yes, in my luggage from LA to Miami. There, Sean and I used them. They were X. Before May and October 2021, who reached out to the entertainers? Sean. Then who? Me. The girl, she's like, listen, she's talking about crimes that she committed in a federal courtroom. She was moving rugs from LA to Miami. Oh my God. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. I know, right? On a plane. On a plane. That's right. She recently got a. You're right, Yanni. I heard about this. Thank you. Lady Kiki. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you for being my second super chat. Thank you. Thank you. You said so many other cases could be built from this trial. What do you guys think about? That's an interesting point. Could so many other cases be built on this trial? Thank you, Lady Kiki. I appreciate it. You said he's done. Don says used her as a drug mule. I don't know, man. I don't know. Being honest, owning what she did there. Yeah. She's honest. She's not hiding it, but that's saying something. You're saying that in federal court. Yeah. Good morning, Franny Law. Shout out to you. I understand that Jane is on the last witness. Is the last witness. So the U.S. lost 3. Wait. Did you hear this? Where did you hear this? That she's the last witness? So the U.S. lost 3 and 5. Yes, many other cases, but outside of the statute of limitations just got here. So they're going to go after. So KK is not even a witness. They're going to come after KK, guys. They're gonna come after KK. Oh my God. Okay. Why did you start choosing? So she goes, before May and October 2021, who reached out to entertainers? Sean. Then who? Me. Why did you start choosing? I didn't want it to just be a stranger. I assessed the dynamics of our relationship. We were walking prawn, and I saw a performer and said, that one. Why did you want to choose? I couldn't get away from this. Okay. Well, it sounds like at some point it was for personal use. BJ's channel went out. Why? Is she okay? Well, I mean, hell, I had issues yesterday, so no way. Hold up, let me see. Oh, yeah. Well, hopefully she'll probably figure this out, guys. No, she's live. It says she's live.
I said, when did
She's still live. I'm watching it. I see it. Let me see if I can update this. Yes. Okay. She carried substances for him, but that he's not on trial for that. That's right. She did carry substance for him, but she's not on trial for that. Absolutely. Okay. Why did you start choosing was the last one. Hold up. I think we have an update. Why did you want to choose? I couldn't get away from this. Why did you start choosing? I didn't want it to be with the stranger. I assessed the dynamic of the relationship. We were walking prawn, and I saw a performer and said, that one. Why did you want to choose? I couldn't get away from it. Wow. Couldn't get away from it. Update. Who did you choose? Sly Williams? I called him chef. He had a passion for cooking. What were you and Sean doing? Having S on X? We started talking about Sly's size. Sean was acting all flirtatious about it. Are we good in the chat? Let me know. Can we what's going on? Can we not fight in the chat, please? And thank you. I'd appreciate it. Can we get it together? I don't want everybody blocked either. Can we get it together, please? Tootsie Roll size. Lord have mercy. She was sly. Let's see. Okay. I sent Sly a message over Instagram. Did he respond? Yes, I told him I was a fan of his work. Maybe we should meet up one day. We did FaceTime. Sean was there. What happened? It got hot and steamy, and I asked him to show me himself. Oh, Lord. Mm. Is it possible that it wasn't like that, Naomi Rodriguez? Is it possible that there's no evidence that here's the deal, guys, and every day I feel like we get somebody in the chat that says, well, where are the children? No children have been mentioned in this case. Is it possible that this is what's happening? Why are they limiting this into personal stuff? They are not linking this with the after parties with the elites videos. Is it possible that it didn't work out that way? Okay. Let me see. No update. Hmm? Okay. He showed you his area. Yes. I was casting from my phone to Sean's television. How did you get Sly from Atlanta to LA? I told Sean I would arrange his flight. I booked it online on Expedia. Sean paid me back. What? Um I told Sean I would arrange his flight and I booked it on Expedia. Sean paid me back. Says, yes, I was casting on my phone to Sean's television. How did you get Sly from Atlanta? So she paid the ticket, but she got reimbursed. So, oh my God, this is like some next level stuff. There goes one of the charges right there. I don't think so. If it was just that simple, then book it in your own area, though. I don't know if it's just as simple as that. I think it's a little bit more than that, you know? So where's the receipt? I don't know. Maybe the government has it. Okay. What happened? He was cute and sweet. He was nervous too. It was his first time. First time what? Contacting an adult star. And I had told him it was me and my partner. He said, fine. What hotel? The El Mataraj, I believe. This is that what is it? The Rico part. The prostas, the flying of the prosties. Okay, this is the flying of the prosties. All right, this is what's happening. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness, Pinche Becky, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. If you've been blessed by Pinche Becky, put some hearts in the chat, please, and thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, and put some confettis. Oh my God, Joe. Thank you, Joe. I just got a notification from PayPal. Thank you, Joe. Joe, if you're in the chat, let me know. I don't see you. Sorry, there's a lot of people, y'all. Thank you, Joe. Rabbit, aren't these hotels going to be in trouble as well? I'm surprised they're not shut down because they were operating. Thank you, Joe. They're operating as like venues for this. Like they're holding these things on their hotels. So I have to kind of wonder. Yes. Maddie Yam got a membership. Yay, yay. All right, y'all are awesome. Thank you, Becky, for that. We got a lot of memberships. Jacqueline, you have to accept in the chat. There's like, when you're gonna send a super chat, it allows you to accept gifts through there. Right. The Trump Hotel comes out up a lot. Yeah, the Trump Hotel comes up on Bana's thing for sure. It's not illegal to bring someone in your personal space. Not criminally, maybe civilly. I'm not baffled now how they got away with this and no one noticed. It was the routine. The oil would come out I'd be in a uniform. I danced, then S. Okay. What was Sean doing? Master's degree, getting his master's degree. Then who invited him the next times? I did. I would suggest Sly. He was familiar to me. So it was a routine. The oils would come out. I'd be in a uniform. I danced, then S. What was Sean doing? Getting his master's degree. Then who invited him the next times? I did. I would suggest Sly. He was familiar to me. Oh my goodness. Let me see. Slan Doug score. She gonna bury him, says Steeler. Steeler, you have been kind of like, you've been pointing out just some of the things that from both sides, as far as like how you're feeling this case is going. I have to kind of wonder. Thank you. Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you for the Cash App. I got it. Thank you, my love. I appreciate it. Mama, empathy. Do you have a better word? That's the word that got me taken, gave me a warning. Do you have a better word? Because I don't. It's a master's degree. Congratulations to the green team. That's right. Thank you, Becky. Yeah, make sure you guys are misspelling your words, okay? Lots of gray area in this case. Houston, we have a problem here. Say more. Ms. Dumini, 23. Ms. Dumini. But yes, Cassie had a lot of these people talk every day up until now to set up Diddy. Why do you think Cassie was trying to set up Diddy? How? Set up Diddy? Diddy has had this crap for a long time. How? So suddenly everybody's setting up Diddy? Masters debater. No. Give me 1 sec, y'all. I'm laughing. Anyone else weirded out by this case and the evidence and the charges? No. Well, I am weirded out by the case, that's for sure. Nothing but the facts, says Steeler Princess. Thank you, Steeler. Let's see. I said master's degree. We just need to cut to the chase and get KK on already. Well, is KK going to testify? I do wonder, because I think she might get charged. Okay. Jane says, I would suggest Sly. He was familiar to me. Comey says, where else did you meet Sly? The Trump Hotel. The Trump Hotel in New York? Yes, I would book his flights from Atlanta. And you paid him afterwards? Yes, $2,000 to $4,000. Where from? Objection. Yeah. Thank you. Oh no, what? Hold up, I just got a message. Give me 1 sec. I'm sorry. Okay. Hey, so I just got a message. I'm sorry, Latoya. So some people are getting blocked. Can we just, hey mods, can we just make sure that as long as the opinion is respectful, it's okay to have an opinion. It may not be one that you feel like is for the victim, but as long as it's respectful, I'm okay with it. I don't want to timing people out for having their opinions about what they see. Like I said, this is a case that is very triggering in so many different ways. But I just got a message that people are, and I'm sorry that that's happened. I don't know what's going on. So I just want us to be careful about how we're tidying people out, and allowing people to have their opinions. Now, as long as we're respectful, we're not doxing the victim. We're not doing the most. I would ask that we keep it very respectful, please. But let's not time out people for their opinions, whether they believe the victim or not. That's neither here nor there. At this point, they're on the stand and we're reviewing everything that they're saying. Okay. All right. So where did the cash come to pay Sly? Sean from the drawer. Sometimes we use Cash App. Enter the chat, Cash App. Was there a second adult entertainer you reached out to? Yes, Antoine. I think Antoine Harris. It was his stage name. I don't know his real name. Okay. Let's see. No update, yeah. You said so she flew out her favorite. I mean, it sounds like she had some relationships with some of them, right? At least. $10,000 is not enough for the mess. Really not enough money for all of this. Well, I don't think that that's necessarily the case. See, the thing is like, Jerome, we can't say that she enjoyed all of this. There were times, even Cassie said, sometimes I would enjoy, but like there's a difference between things that she consented to and she didn't feel coerced to versus the times that she would enjoy things, right? Like she enjoyed making her man feel happy, but I don't think that she enjoyed it 1000% of the time. I don't know. Like we can't speak for her, so I think we have to be kind of mindful of that. You said she knew the assignment. She knew the assignment because the rumors around Diddy been out since I was a teenager. Gotcha. We were watching Antoine's films and I was really into him. I messaged him on Instagram. He was in LA. I invited him over. How did Antoine respond? Positively. We were in my first residence. What happened? The same. Sean Watch, happy. She was doing things, but I personally, based on the message that, especially that one where she said she didn't want anything to do with certain things, give me one sec. And you guys, please be respectful of my mods too, all right? Like, that's what I'm going to ask. So as long as we keep it cute, everybody can have a difference of opinion, but just keep it respectful to the mods. Right. There's some patterns of behavior that I would agree with this. Like we have to be understanding of the fact that there are patterns of behaviors. None of this is a coincidence, guys. It's not like people got together and say, we're going to go and, what's the word? We're going to go and conspire against Diddy to bring him down. I don't think this is the case. I don't think Cassie wanted to testify. I don't think this woman wanted to testify. I don't think a lot of people wanted to testify, that they just found themselves in this situation. If that makes sense. I'm pretty sure I stand behind every time. Hold on. You're fine, Cheeks. You're fine. You're fine. I just want to make sure that everybody's respectful. They're respectful to you guys and everybody else. I don't want to hash this out right now, so we could definitely have a personal conversation if you want. But right now, we're fine. We're fine. It's all good. I can't fix that right now. Can you have it both ways? Like now, she says she's controlling the FO hiring corn stars, but government says she was forced. Two things can be right at the same time. You can consent to something and then say, I don't want to do it. Two things can be right at the same time. You could definitely, it could be a situation like this. You can have two things at the same time. Absolutely. I agree. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I definitely feel like two things can be right at the same time. Okay. Did you see Antoine again? Yes, sometime at the hotels in LA, sometimes in my apartment. Did you FaceTime with Antoine and Sly? Yes, when Sean and I were alone having sexy time. Why would Sean call them? He wanted something live. Oh God. Uh okay. You said, Rabbit, her not wanting to do it, there isn't a line drawn. That shows he forced her. I don't want to go to work, but I need my bills paid. What? Is that what you're saying? That she's saying that she wants her bills paid? She never said she needed her. She never said she wanted her bills paid. You know what I mean? Like she said, I hear what you're saying, but I think, or are you saying you got to go back to work because you got to pay your bills? What are you saying? That's what I want to know. Two things can be correct at the same time. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, yes, yes. I know. Cheeks, you're doing a great job. Don't like I apologize. I just want to make sure that we're, because I'm getting messages left to right. So I want to make sure that we are, if you stand by it, we love you. Do your thing. Thank you for supporting the channel. You've always been supportive. I just had a message. That's why. And I know people are attacking. Y'all don't be attacking my mods. You may not agree with my mods, but don't attack them. Please and thank you. Okay. He posted her on Instagram and I can't believe that. Wow. He did post her on Instagram. 50? Mm-hmm. Every time I think I've heard it, some new thing. Yes, y'all. And drop some hearts for Cheek and my mods, please and thank you. Thank you. Every time I think I've heard it all, some new weird thing gets mentioned, says RA. Did he use her to go against 50? I don't know. Yeah, we got to be careful saying half dollar's name too. I'm in trouble for that. I've been saying it, so I apologize. You think it would cost a mistrial? Let me know. This is a very polarizing subject. Just imagine if we covered the Karen Reed case. The internet would be divided. I think a lot of us would be divided, okay? All right. Jane says, I was doing like sexting, FaceTime, and screen sharing to Sean's TV. I told Sly and Antoine I was alone, so they would feel comfortable. Did you ask Sly and Antoine to send you pictures of their areas? Yes. Sean wanted them. He would say, get it. Huh. Did Antoine or Sly ever send you photos of their areas when you were not with Sean? Yes, I was polite, flirtatious, but not flirtatious. Oh my God. Hold up 1 second, y'all. Baby Bunny wants her slime. She's playing with slime. Yeah, I got muted. Sorry, y'all. Did Antoine or Sly ever send you photos of their areas when you were not with Sean? Yes, I was polite, flirtatious, but not as flirtatious as when I was with Sean. Did you ever see Antoine or Sly in person without Sean? No. Okay. So Sean wanted them and he would get it. Did Antoine or Sly ever send you photos of their areas when you were not with Sean? Yes, I was polite and flirtatious, but not as flirtatious as when I was with Sean. Did you ever see Antoine or Sly in person without Sean? No. Okay. Call me. Are these your texts with slide? Let me show you. Text not shown. Okay. I was asking for explicit photos or videos from him. That's what my partner wanted. What did Sly say? He said I'm down. Oh. So he was kind of like into this stuff, right? Like he was totally into this. Damn. Oh man. Let me stop because people are doxing the Jane Doe on Twitter. I guess the jury won't know who her ex is. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I also noticed the extra, the people who are new. All right. Thank you, Becky. I will definitely let my. Can we keep it cute, guys, please? And thank you. Let's not do too much. It's my misogynistic grooming superior complex going on. Thank you. Can you have a legal freak off? Like if the escorts did not get paid? What do you mean, Loki? Explain more. How do you have a legal? Well, I mean, first of all, freak offs. What is a freak? We didn't even know what a freak off was until Diddy. I mean, that whole situation. So there's that. What did you say? I wrote, I'm torching myself, and then what's your full name and DOB? Why that? To book his travel. What did you write? She's booking. Jen was November 9th, 2021, the flight. Lord have mercy. These are all damn. Yeah. That's right. That's what I thought too. They're legal as long as everybody's consenting and they're involved and they're around. Hold up. I went to an FO, happened. It was wild with any celebrities, but it happened. You went to an FO? Like a Diddy FO? Okay. I mean, yeah, these are clubs, right? Like these are swing clubs, and you have to pay to go in. S trafficking and prostitution is not the same. That's true. Those are two different things. He wanted to see something bigger than oh Lord Cerise. Okay. No update. Now hold up. Hold up. Let me see CNN. CNN says Jane describes the first time she chose who would join in a hotel night. Okay. Jane said that when she first started engaging in hotel nights, that were facilitated the entertainers and other men's involved in rug fuel sexual encounters. Jane said that she hated the men who joined them in sexual encounters were strangers to her. So she didn't like the men that were because they were strangers to her. Jane said that even though she didn't want to have S with other men, she said that she at least chose who she'd be with. Okay. So she was so she didn't want to do it, but she was able to choose. Jane said that the first time she was with the one to choose, the man who would join them, was in late 2021 or early 2022. She and Combs were watching corny videos of a man whose stage name was Sly. Afterwards, Combs was encouraging and flirtatious, asking Jane if she thought that she could get Sly. Jane said she messaged Sly on Instagram and they started texting. They later FaceTime when she was with Combs. After the FaceTime, Jane booked a flight for Sly to visit Los Angeles. There's that that whole prostitution situation right there. Okay, they're flying prostitutes from state to state. Guys, I have a whole different dictionary now. I'm making up words at this point. Okay, I'm making up words. Okay. Hold up. When you received these explicit images, were you alone? Yes, I sent a Blanter message. Then he texted me in April of 2022. Hello, beautiful. How was your day? Why did Jess book the flight? I was too high to type. He's be the better entertainer. Okay. So this is just giving you guys an idea, and I think that this is where Jane is crucial to the prosecution because of the things that are being posted. Jane says she messaged Sly on Instagram, and they started texting. Okay. After the FaceTime call, Jane booked the flight, and then again she got reimbursed. That first hotel night with Sly went like a typical routine. Jane said, and afterwards she began scheduling him frequently for more nights in Los Angeles, Miami, New York. Combs' travel agent would sometimes help her book the travel. Combs always paid for it. Jane testified. Sly would be paid somewhere between $2,000 to $4,000 for each night, usually in cash from Combs. Jane said that she picked Sly because he was familiar with me, because he felt like a safe option for me. I'm still tripping on the whole like telling him not to wear a condominium. Like that's crazy. That's crazy right there. I'm stuck on that. You know, sorry, y'all. I'm telling you, they're posting her picture. The overflow heard the video too? Damn. Let's see. Hold up. Even in corn videos, they don't wear. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe there's an effect for that. I don't know. Do they? I don't be watching corn videos. So. I don't be noticing things like that because I don't be watching. I don't know about that. Okay. Other entertainers, Paul and Don, Sean coordinated others. Between May 2021 and October 2023, how often were the hotel nights? Often, every week, every other week. After February 2024, where did this happen? 2-Star in Los Angeles. Thank you. Yeah, so they don't. So don't they get? No, they don't. No, they don't. They get tested before and after the shooting. Ah, okay. I'm not revealing anyone's name saying corn not illegal. What are you guys talking about? If they convicted Diddy, they will have to shut down the industry because they do it all the day. I don't know what you mean, J-Dub. What do you mean? If they I guess I'm confused by your question, but maybe you can explain a little bit. In the LA resident, you're still living in? In the LA resident, you're still living in? Yes. After February 2024, maybe 5 times. How many different men? I don't know. Let's talk about some. Who is this? Don. Last time, August 24th, August 2024 at 2-Star. Dang. You said it's no different when I don't want to or feel like having X with my husband. I still do it because he wanted to. I'm just saying, well, not everybody agrees with that though. And where are the kids at? I don't know. No update. Corn stars get paid to have smecks, but it's legal. Why is it illegal to pay a corn star in Diddy's case? Because they're traveling outside of where they're at. Corn stars get I think people are getting a little bit confused with this. In general, we need to kind of like keep that in mind. Okay. Interstate traffic, that's one of the RICO's requirements. There you go. They're traveling outside. They're traveling outside. Interstate traffic, that's one of the RICO requirements. Absolutely. Look up the Mann Act. I think people are getting this confused. It's not like he's like hiring them for movies or anything like that. Yeah. Yes. Hold up. We're pulling up information. Here we go. I only saw Don in Miami. Comey then asked, "Who's this? Paul. When was the last time? End of July 2024. Before that, very often. What did you think Paul did? A personal trainer of Sean in Miami, in LA, Miami, and Turks. Paul. I only saw Don in Miami. Who is this? Paul. When was the last time? The end of July 2024. Before that, very often. What did you think Paul did? A personal trainer for Sean in LA, Miami, and Turks." So Cassie's husband was a personal trainer, right? Like he had hired him. Here's another personal trainer. It's interesting. But let me see. When they took it out to the public hotels, it became a problem, I would think. Yeah. Oh my God, V, thank you so much for this $4.99 super sticker. I appreciate it. Thank you. You said the government should not be allowed in people's bedrooms. Well, but yeah. You said transportation of prostitution is the easiest charge and the most ridiculous one of all. Jury isn't going to want to block consensual S up. I don't know, Terrell. You never know. I'm not sure how to reply to individuals, so I'm sorry for not tagging. No worries. You're fine. This is that's that fine line. The hotel is not liable the same as they're not liable when someone is unalive in the room. If they unalive themselves, I'm sure they have some kind of clause about that. A personal trainer for Sean in LA, Miami, Turks. Comey speaks. How did Paul get there? He'd book his own travels or he'd already be there. Who's this? A man named Leo. I met him through Sean for one of these nights. I met him on my birthday. Last time, 2023. They're kind of doing what they did with Cassie. So like they were showing a bunch of like pictures and workers and stuff like that. Yes, even if everyone agrees and state lines are crossed, these people are getting paid for services, then it's still against the law. That's right. Mariam, yes. That's the part that it's like, it's not even so much that the government wants to be in your bedroom. It's this piece right here. In that piece, it's like a fine line between like what's regulated and what isn't regulated. I don't know how I'm supposed to answer this. Like, what do you mean by this? Because this is kind of giving me like it's almost like this is the piece that it's like she might have consented to some, but not to all. And this is where we differ. You kind of have to figure out how you're going to fix this sentence here, because it's giving like, how many did she lay with Diddy? Okay, but she's not on trial. It's Diddy. How many did Diddy set this whole situation up for? You know what I mean? So yeah, let's keep that in mind. Where did you see Leo? LA. What else did you call him? Italian. Who's this? A guy Sean brought in a night in 2021. What happened? Sean said he had someone coming over. I was repulsed in Elemetrage. Damn. And that's where people are missing. That people don't understand. Yeah. Y'all, you're kidding me, right? Okay. Question. If she was doing 18 hours up to 3.5 days, where was her? I think that's the question that people are asking. Like, somebody must have been watching her child while she was doing this, right? Her child was somewhere. He looked sweaty. Oh God. Okay, so Jay said Sean said he had someone coming over. I was repulsed in El Ematrage. He looked sweaty. He didn't look nice. He kind of smelled. Comey then says, "What did you do?" I tried to make it work. I tried to seduce him with my body, but he just kept sweating so much. I looked at my partner. I'm not feeling this. I was in lingerie and heels. Oh Lord. I know, gross, right? Gross, gross, gross. Yeah, you see the text where she clearly wasn't wanting to do this. That's right. Yeah, she always had a sitter ready, right? Didn't she say that? Thank you, Star Trek. She said that in the yesterday, that she had to have a sitter on standby when this was happening. Yeah, imagine having a sitter every, oh my God, just to please this guy. Oh, God, that's too much. You know, she made sure her child was taken care of. So I don't think we can, say anything wrong about that. Okay. What was he wearing? Nothing, Sean said. Do you want to taste it? I said, I'm not feeling this. What did Sean do? He laid me down and started having S with me. Where was the man? Hovering over me. He was sweaty on me. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm like, blah. It's like it needed to happen right where he wanted it. It's so crazy to me, you know? Thank you. I will look into CNN. I think we already, do they have an update? Because there's no update on CNN. I'm on CNN too. I don't see it. There's no update. We already read the last update. I need a shower to hear this. Y'all, it is what it is. I won't be having lunch now. Okay. Then what? Sean told me to look at the man's private areas, but it wasn't happening. Sean told him, no worries. And the man left. Then what? Sean told me that he had someone else coming. Paul, I was blindfolded. Sean wanted me to torch him. Oh my God. Lord. We listen, this is like, I'm gonna need something different to like kind of like get this. Anyways, it's like the hazmat suit need is big on this one. Do you think they're losing the jurors on this? I don't know. I'm not there. I'm wondering about what the jurors are thinking too. You say Mags is like, I need to go to church after this. That like no. Crazy. You say you're gonna need a Xanny to sleep? I'm trying not to like, yes, 50 Cent removed his post. $50, excuse me, removed his post. The $50 removed his post. Okay, we have an update. I took a liking to Paul. I was more comfortable. I thought he was handsome and nice, and he had warm energy. Baby buddy's playing. Did you want to have S with him? No, but if I had S with someone, I guess it was not so bad with Paul. Oh, it's interesting. Do you think she's victimizing herself because of her custody battle? I don't know. I actually have not been keeping up with that part. Honestly. Yeah, we're calling him $50. We're calling him $50. It's all good. I've been saying the name too, so it is what it is. Fiddy wants to be in a room. Fiddy wants to be in a room with what? For 5 minutes alone? I wonder who would win that one. She's guessing. Okay, let me tell you guys what CNN is saying. Jane gives more details about the S encounters between her, Combs, and another man. Hold up. I think we have an update here. What's this? Photo of a man named Michael. I saw him twice in 2022 or 2023 in the Edition, Los Angeles. Sean had something new was coming. Sean said something new was coming. Then, like, just a little bit later, Sean was having small talk with this guy on the balcony. He invited me out. So Jane gives more details about the hotel nights. Jane and Combs were on a break from October 2023 until February 2024. She said after they got back together, the S encounters only occurred on Combs' Miami home. They were also less frequent. Jane recalled only about 5 S encounters with Combs and another man between February and Combs' arrest last September. So he was still having S encounters. The last encounter was August 2024, she said. So his homes had already been raided by then. Jane said that she didn't know how many different men she had S with during the hotel nights. Jane said she didn't know how many different men she had S with during the hotel nights over the span of her relationship with Combs. She doesn't even know the amount. That's why I ask. It's crazy, man. They had encounters at the hotel where he got arrested. They found women's clothing in the room. That's right. You guys saw those exhibits? He had heels and everything. You think he was a DL? I think that the men Diddy was attracted to may not be attracted to him, or maybe hetero. So he used the women to fulfill his fantasies of his. Do you think? And honestly, it doesn't even matter. Honestly, Jan the artist, how are you? Thank you for being here. It like who cares about his sexuality? And none of us care, right? But maybe he was like DL, you know, like but he didn't want to be. Like here's somebody I honestly think he struggled with his own acceptance of his actuality, you know. Am I jumping over the comments? No, I have a lot of comments. I got time today. I'm not. I'm trying to include as many as I can. So I'm not jumping over the comments. Thank you. I wouldn't be so fast as saying that $50 praises. He was accused of throwing one of those fancy mocktails into of the homes of the baby mamas, one during a legal battle. I think his employee was convicted, says Franny Law. Aren't corn stars part of the adult film industry getting checks and paying taxes like actors in films? Jenna James talked about it. That's right. So why didn't Diddy just open a corn star production company, an LLC, and then he could have indulged in all the stuff that he wanted to, you know? You think I don't know, baby K. He's giving DL to me, but I'm not. I don't know. That's what I think. In addition that he hates women, I think he hates women. You said, I agree he's DL. Oh, you're a gator broke. I've been hearing rumors about him with the men since that's what I'm saying. You said, I'm selling vomit bags outside the courtyard. No, we gonna need some power washing. If I was there, I'd be like, listen, get the power wash and just hose me down. Hose my brain, hose my ears and my eyes, hose me down. I don't want thank God it's Friday, because this is too much. This is too much. That's right. Even coochie cream. Why did I say coochie cream? Because I think of Jolene Lunzer. Shout out to Jolene. But Coochie 420 said even a corn company wouldn't free him of crimes. Coochie, that's what Jolene would call you, coochie cream, right? No, I'm gonna need some power wash. Because this is like too much. Oh my God. You said yours are skipping lunch after this. I don't even know how you hungry after that. It'd be like no. She did. I was like, I don't know why that stuck to me. Because she made a song with it. Oh my God. When they're gonna get and here's the deal. This is interesting of this Jane Doe. Jane Doe wasn't an artist, not for him, unless she was employed by Bad Boy, which is what Cassie's situation was. You know what I mean? Order in a good way. Can we say order in the chat in the good way? Are we good now? Yeah, you're right. You'll have to understand that he would never be looked at the same in the hip hop. He's DL for sure. That's why he settled the lawsuit. Think about it. Yeah. I think that Coochie knows what I'm talking about. Coochie 420 knows what I'm talking about. This right here. I think that he this is just my opinion. I think he was DL, and I think he hated women too. There's no way. Look at all this stuff that he was putting this woman through and the other ones. Like literally. Okay. You said he was always looked at as the DL by the industry. Ah. What did he call Meek Mills? Hey, daddy. Hey, daddy. I was like, is that a thing? Do men call each other daddy? Is that a thing? Just saying. Okay. I thought Michael was attractive. He was from a website, says Jane. Who is this? I don't know his name. I met him on my birthday in 2023, one of these nights. What happened? Sean told me to come to Miami. He would be alone. He was so sweet. Okay. Okay. Some stuff she found attractive. They need Meek Mills on the stand. So New York City was a thing to call a man to call another man daddy. Hey, daddy. All right, daddy. When I heard, I'm sorry, I just like said, maybe it's a thing. Well, like, I don't know. I'm just thinking, have I ever heard that? Not unless it's like in a sexual way, but I don't know. I could be wrong. Yeah, I think he was DL, and I think he hated women. And, this is coming from a perspective of, I don't know him personally, but based on the interaction, like, you don't hear him putting men through this stuff, right? You don't hear him putting men through this stuff. I think that he did this to women. He's just bi. I think that's all it is. All right. So we were eating. Oh, Lord. Hold up. Make sure. Got to be careful how I read this. Sean told me to come to Miami. He wouldn't be alone. He was so sweet. We were eating sushi at Nobu in a hotel. Sean said, we have entertainment. I gulp and I said, entertainer? What did he say? It's your birthday. It's your birthday. I just accepted it. Why? I don't know. Upstairs, this man comes in. It was routine. You're not even talking to her about it. Like, intimacy in S is not like a thing for him. It might be a thing for her. It's a thing for a lot of women, like intimacy in S, but it's not a thing for him. He just kind of said, all right, you're going to do it. It's kind of expected, But yeah. Nicole, who knows what he saw from his mom? Because didn't they say that didn't he say that? What do you Diddy docket? Did I break the rules again? What rules? No filter. What rules did you break? I'm so confused. Who's what is going on? So transactional. Yeah. Hold up. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull up CNN. Many men's. Okay. That's transactional, you said? She would allegedly sit on his face to make him be quiet. Who? Aduko? I'm like a robot. I'm getting the guys comfortable. She starts crying. Do you need a break, Jane? Do you need, you said you were robotic. What do you mean? Okay. I have done so many of these. I can just tune out. My partner likes to see. Just turn on this person. Oh, man. So this is that performative piece, I think. Okay. Comey says, what do you mean? You turn into another person. Jane says, a person who can just do this. What happened? I was much quicker with this person. He felt more like a stranger to me than anyone else. I don't want to do this on my birthday. It was her birthday. It wasn't his birthday. That's what he did to Cassie too, right? We need some power washes outside of that courthouse. Yeah. You said exactly, Mama. Expose him. Daddy left him. Catholic school did him wrong. The way he sees Schmecks is so telling, and how he sees women and how he sees intimacy. This is a huge deal. Damn. Diddy is all about himself. Diddy's all about himself. We all know this by now, says Queen of my crew. I thought it was his birthday. It was her birthday. But isn't that what he did to Cassie too? Do you all see some similarities there? That's what he did to Cassie too. I don't know. You said the mom had many Diddy's mom, Miss Janice Combs? Damn. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. I asked Sean for a condominium. Okay, the message before was, I was much quicker with this person. He felt more like a stranger to me than anyone. I don't want to do this on my birthday. I asked Sean for a condominium. Where was he? He was behind this man. He gave me these dirty looks like, you better not ask for an effing condominium. I could just hear that. Oh my God. Oh my God. So this is like the looks that she says that he was giving her. He was behind this man. He gave me these dirty looks like, you better not ask for a effing condominium. I could just hear that. What else did you hear him say? Objection. Well, they're going to say it's hearsay or speculation, that's what she thought. I'm starting to learn these objections a lot more. Jane says, I didn't want to sour the mood. Why didn't you want to sour the mood? Jane cries, I just didn't want my partner unhappy with me. Do you need a break? No, I'm okay, she says. What happened next? If you're ready to tell us. Hold on. What happened next if you're ready to tell us? He wanted to result swimmers, so no condominiums. She could have gotten, pregnant from this. You know what I mean? You say, no, he was not. But that's what she thought, though. He could have who knows? Maybe you don't know with these encounters. You don't know what the hell she's even like. Yeah. Yeah. My slow, but wait, she asked for a condominium during these times. We're using code words. If you hear me say a weird word, please know it's a code word for I can't say the words. I got to be careful, okay? Yes, I said we just said the other word was master's degree program. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You guys should know what I'm talking about when I say Diddy was getting his master's degree program while he was watching Jane Doe. Pick up what I'm dropping, okay? Pick it up. Okay. Jane says Sean gave him a condominium, but then walked away. He was so disappointed. The guy finished. I can't remember where. Okay. Comey then says, what next? The man left. He switched rooms to a bigger suite. We switched rooms to a bigger suite. What then? Sean was more loving. He was celebratory. I'm telling you, it's giving He's giving TL. Mm. We need a master's degree to decipher all the codes. Oh my god. Like literally. Literally. You said, did $50 mistreatment of the Jane Doe pusher into Diddy's arm? What do you guys think about that? Did $50 mistreatment of Jane Doe pusher to Diddy's arm? I don't know. I don't know. I do have to kind of wonder, like, what that relationship was like. I don't think $50 a good guy either for those. I mean, he's a troll. He can say some funny shit here and there, but I personally don't think that, Mr. Curtis is a good guy, if that makes sense. That's just my thought. Okay. Oh no, I got kicked out. Hopefully it's not a glitch. Let's hope not. So Jane says Sean was more loving. He was celebratory. Jane said he had cake there and balloons. Then Sly comes in. Not Sly. Comey then asked, any talk? No, it was just hours and hours of that. Pleasing this guy, doing so much, just doing it all. The play things I know my partner wants to see. Going back and forth. It was all morning. Oh, that's too much. Oh, that's too much. They brought balloons. It was like her birthday. Mm-mm. That's too much. Very likely. Very likely. Who knows? Mm. Really? See, I didn't know this. Fact Check TV. Thank you for this. I didn't know this. Was this public? I mean, they're at some point they got along, right? Like, but okay. Oh, okay, call me. Then what did Sean say? That Don was coming? What did you say? Nothing, like that it was fine? Why? I love my partner. What did you do with Don? S? Let's break for lunch. Oh, Lord. They said, let's break from lunch. Oh, God. You said you're waiting for the violence part? Because now she's trying to, I guess there has to be violence in order for her to get out. I mean, I'm kind of wondering where you're going with this. Put some more, like, what do you mean? Like, you're waiting for there to be violence because now it sounds like she didn't want to get out? She didn't really try to get out? I don't know about that, but okay. So appetizing, let's break for bread. Yeah, it's oh, he said, let's break. Really? Right now? People are going to eat? You said, did they never had any videos like that at Blockbuster, right? Or did they have them behind the curtain? Y'all remember? Yo, back in the, I used to work at a Blockbuster. It was one of my first jobs that I got, right? And it was actually really cool to work at a Blockbuster because you could actually like work at different chains. So I would work in different chains, but I don't ever remember there being corn videos. Maybe one location they had them in a like curtain or something. You had to ask, so I heard, Rabbit. It's lunchtime now. Yes. Yo. Um anyways, I guess let me see what CNN is saying before we go to lunch. Jane recalls 2021 hotel night when she was immediately repulsed by the other man. Oh God. Talked about, I'm not going to read this, but there was a sweaty guy in this situation. We just read this. So so she excused that man. There was another surprise. Another another person arrived by the name of Paul. So, I mean, she was having to constantly perform and everything. Jane testified that she would FaceTime men who would join her and Diddy in a hotel night to engage in conversations, and then asked her photos and videos of their areas because Combs told her to. So, so he's wanting to see their areas in her area. Like, that's off. That's so off. That is so off. I don't care what you say. So I'm saying, I'm like, I don't know what to make of that. Yeah, let's see what else do we have while I go and heat up my food real quick. And then mods, I'm gonna send you guys a message on Discord real quick. The jury leaves, Jane leaves. Could we have a quick sidebar with the government about something I like the court's advice on? Yes. This is Agnifilo. So I don't know if they're gonna air the sidebar at this point. We're waiting. Let me play this real quickly while I get some food, and then I'll keep an eye out on the sidebar and see if we need to air it. But listen to Pierce Morgan, listen to Ariel Mitchell, and listen to the other attorney argue about this case. And you guys let me know what you guys think in the comments.
Could Diddy sensationally walk free after one of the most high-profile downfalls in showbiz history? To debate this, I'm joined by Matthew Fletcher, the former lawyer of Suge Knight, and Ariel Mitchell-Kidd, attorney for a recent Diddy accuser. Well, welcome to both of you. Matthew, we've spoken several times about this case. Let me just ask you, there's a growing kind of sentiment I'm picking up on from people who are following this, perhaps who know Diddy, who know the music scene, who know the characters involved here, that this is heading from being a sort of open slam dunk shut case for the feds to potentially a sensational acquittal. What is your view of where we are with this?
It can go either way. Good morning, by the way.
Morning.
Here's my position. Without question, they've not proven that there's been any corporation or organization that was organized for the purposes of satisfying P. Diddy's sexual needs. Bad Boy Enterprises was formed, I think, in 1998. And the government's alleging that this RICO statute covers those actions of finding Bad Boy Productions, which I think has like 50 or 60 platinum albums before Cassie even came on the scene. I think that's a horrible failure by them. I don't know if he's walking on everything, but I can tell you I have real issues with the RICO part of this because it's silly to think that when he founded Sean John Jeans, he was really doing that with the knowledge that someday in the future he would meet Cassandra Ventura, and then lure her into a life of voyeurism and swinging and all of the things that went on it. Understanding that right now his jeopardy, the jeopardy he faces is based upon the horrendous conduct of what he did to that woman in that video. There's no other evidence other than Cassie in this case. And everyone can sit there and wring their hands and say, oh, you know, poor Cassie, and I agree. What he did was horribly wrong. But Cassie also has opened herself up to a little bit of criticism when she says, it's not about the money, but I want $10 million from the Intercontinental Motel, which starts to make it seem like it's about the money. And as these horrific images of the video kind of become not as hot as they were before, you start looking at facts and you go, wait a minute. He was in charge of her, yet she was cheating with Kid Cudi, who was his former employee. She was cheating with his former trainer. She had her own apartment. She had her own money. And with 8 men on the jury, this case might have been won in jury selection, because I'm telling you, from the people I've listened to and the many of the different people who've spoken about this, I think there's some issues about whether or not this is a proper case for a RICO charge. Start to wondering if the only witness you have and the only charges you have is that he beat up that woman, which he certainly did. But I'm going to tell you one thing, the defense is certainly going to tell the jury, please convict my client of every single charge of domestic violence there is, every one of them, because there are no charges of domestic violence. And so when people start thinking he's going to walk, it's not because he's a great guy. I'm not saying he's a great guy. I've said very clearly he's a piece of bleepity bleep. But that's not what RICO statute was meant for, that someone can say 12, 13 years later that I want you to pay me $30 million. And I'll make this point very quickly. If this case was so strong, it meant that there was a crime before November of 2023. Yet before November of 2023, Puff Daddy wasn't accused of any crime until Cassie's people said, I need you to pay me $20 million or I'm putting this book out. When they didn't put the book out, now all of a sudden the government says, aha, you've been committing crimes for 12, 13, 14, whatever number of years. As the jurors sit there, they think about that. That's kind of a chilling idea that it's not a crime until you don't pay me money. And so I think the reason that RayJ and Suge have that opinion is because that's kind of the upswelling of opinion
right.
On the talk shows and talking to people around here.
Okay, fascinating. Ariel Mitchell-Kidd, you said, was an attorney for a recent Diddy accuser. I did a sort of straw poll with my team today, which was split male-female. And I was struck that most of the women thought there was a good chance he may be acquitted, not because he's anything but a loathsome individual who clearly beats up women. And we all saw that with our own eyes from this horrific video. But that is not part of what he's on trial for. And I think, as Matthew laid out there, when it comes to talking to the jury, and they the distraction, that the eyes are taken away from that because they have to by law, and they're left with just what he's been charged with. At the moment, it doesn't look like this is quite the slam dunk case that everybody assumed it would be. In other words, have the feds just overreached here, do you think? It's not to say, like I say, that he's not a bad person or a woman abuser, but is he guilty of these charges? Is there enough that we've seen to justify the scale of the charges?
So first, hi, Paris. Nice
Hi.
to see you again. I dropped the kid. I'm only Ariel Mitchell now. So
Oh,
just
I
moving
will-
forward,
Well, my
just
apologies for
Ariel Mitchell.
misnaming you, which
No
is
problem.
the social crime
No,
of
no,
our
no.
age. I will rephrase that. Ariel, please.
No worries. So I find it very interesting how propaganda works. And I'm watching propaganda occur in real time, because there's no way that anybody who is really following the case, who's really reading the transcripts that are coming out from the testimony, who cannot, or how do I say this? Most people don't understand what the proof or the burden of proof that the prosecution has to reach in a case like this. RICO has things attached to it called overt acts. So there are certain things, for example, that they have to address. So they have to address in the RICO. So there are certain parts of the RICO and the elements that they have to reach in order to be successful at trial. If anybody is actually taking the time to read the transcripts, which are very long, instead of just reading headlines, they would see very clearly that the prosecution is doing an amazing job, a magnificent job, in my opinion.
So explain exactly
every
why.
testimony.
Give me some
Sure.
examples of why you think that.
So you got predicated acts, right? So there are certain acts that are enumerated in the U.S. Code regarding RICO claims. So the RICO claims is codified in U.S. Code, and then there's predicated overt acts that you have to do in order to further the RICO. So there are things like fraud, wire fraud, mail fraud, other things, sex trafficking, drug trafficking. All of these are part of, you only need one of these things to have a RICO, not all of them, but they are part of the predicated acts that must be shown in a RICO count. So once you set out these things, what was the fraud? What was the coercion? What was the trafficking, be it sex, drugs, or otherwise? They are doing a good job of punching each one of those elements with every testimony. And it's the lineup. People haven't even paid attention to how masterful the lineup is that the prosecution and AUSAs have put on from the start of the trial with I believe it was the first male sex worker, and then they went directly to Cassie. And Cassie's testimony has pretty much set up the testimony from everybody else who's come after her, and it set up the majority of the elements that was needed for the RICO claims. Now, the only problem I see with the AUSAs right now is that they kind of are doing overkill, in my opinion. I think they've already met their burden. I believe they already met all of the elements they need to succeed on a RICO. And I'll tell you here, and I'll tell you first, like I've said this whole time, back in July of 2024, I said Mr. Combs was going to get arrested and indicted, and I was correct. When he did get arrested and indicted, I said that he would not ever receive bond, and he did not. And I'm here to tell you today he will be convicted on a RICO charge.
Studies show that strength training burns more fat than cardio alone and is critical for maintaining muscle mass and bone density as we age. Jacked Up Fitness has the perfect tool for you there. What's your response?
Well, I appreciate the passion, I do, but he's charged under the White Slave Trafficking Act, which requires that he paid somebody to come out here to have sex. I haven't heard anyone testify or read in any transcript that anyone testified that Sean Combs himself paid anyone. Have you heard that, Pierce? I've not heard that any one of these people received
we had
payment.
this character called the Punisher on, who was a male prostitute, and he was actually a very eloquent guy to interview. And he made it crystal clear that over an 18-month period, it was Cassie that did all the negotiating with him and facilitated all the payments. And in fact, Diddy was, a kind of bit part player sitting naked in the corner watching the Punisher having sex with Cassie, who had arranged everything. So I can still see how that could be construed by a skillful lawyer as a form of coercion. But as Bill Maher said at the end, at the end of his show on Friday, when you have somebody like Cassie Ventura and she's talking about her love of...
By the way, the Punisher just did an interview with Vlad TV. I told you guys that guy was going to do that, and that's where he went.
Freak-offs and can't wait to do them. It is hard, I would imagine, to sit in the jury.
Oh, she did?
Why would she say that if she didn't actually enjoy them?
BJ sent a bunch of you guys over there. Aw, shout out to BJ. Yes, yes, yes. New viewer, thank you.
And that's the big difference between, we can talk about...
Well, quickly, Ariel, quickly, and I'll come back to Matthew on that point.
Yeah, sure. I think the problem here with the question you just asked was the understanding of what being a woman in love with a man would do. So I think a lot of this is being, of course...
I think we're being rated by BJ. Shout out to everybody from That's Surprise Witness TV. Yes, we love BJ. You guys know that. Shout out to BJ. Thank you, BJ. Shout out to everybody. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. We're on lunch right now, so we're just kind of playing a little bit of Pierce and seeing what the commentary is.
Okay, but let me be direct, Ariel. Let me be direct to you. Let me be direct.
Sure.
I don't know anything about your life. I don't know if you're married, not married, in a relationship with whoever. But let me just ask you, would you arrange for somebody whose name is the Punisher to come and have sex with your partner for money?
If my man was a billionaire who had the influence, the reach, the power of someone like P. Diddy, and he not only is my man, but he is my boss, and he has my life in his hand. And that's what he told me he was into. And that's what he told me he needed from me. How do I not do that? Whether or not I like it or don't like it, what choice do I have? Seriously, let's talk.
Adam Freeman says, thank you for the $5, Adam. The Punisher was on the show with a friend of mine called Megan Wants a Millionaire. I think I've seen clips of him being in reality TV. I think I have. Thank you, Adam, for this. I appreciate it. Oh my God. So like I was like trying to be a reality TV star at some point, right?
Talk about it. What choice does she have? I know a ton of people who tried to go away from Diddy, who tried to leave him, we'll call it, and they were not successful. He blackballed them. He hurt them. He tried to kill them. I mean, it's. I think the thought process of why people are being dense, like they don't understand why she would have done that, being in the position that she was in.
Listen, the Punisher told me that she actively enjoyed it, that they had a really good time over 12 months they met a dozen times. I think. No, I'm sorry. I think it was over. Hang on. It was
we
actually a
also
longer.
knew she-
It was actually a
she was
longer
on-
period. I think it was over a 2-year period, and they met up to a dozen times. And she
Oh my
was
God.
always, according to him, having a perfectly good time.
And the
According
proper
to him,
response
did he
is
know
if
whether or not
someone-
she was
Go.
drugged? Yeah, I mean, we all know she was not herself. We all know she clearly had to go to rehab for some type of substance
All right,
abuse
let me bring
problem.
Matthew in.
And I think for
Let me
him
bring
to
Matthew
say,
in.
go ahead.
Okay, Matthew. So
Here's the mistake here's the mistake everyone keeps making. That woman who took the stand this month is not the woman we're talking about from 13 years ago. She may be a perfectly spectacular mother, wife, significant other today. The charges go back as whether or not she was calling men up who are the punisher and say, come over and do what you do, and then paying them.
Ooh, okay. So, by the way, the jury before the break, Jane appeared to be crying and wiping her face with the tissue constantly throughout her testimony. Defense Mark Agnifilo requested a sidebar with the judge after the jury left. They're still on a sidebar. That was 10 minutes ago. Are they still on a sidebar? That's the question. Okay.
And the correct response, if someone says, hey, I would really like to do A, B, and C, you say, no, thank you. I don't want to have someone do A, B, and C unless you want to do A, B, and C. He is a domestic violence defendant, or should have been, without question. You cannot say that when someone sets up a freak off when Diddy's not even there, in between screwing his trainer and his other employee, that she's hopelessly helpless in this entire scenario. And you have 8 people on that jury who have unfortunately been through or know someone who's had someone who's cheated on them repeatedly. And every part of this case is based upon whether or not Cassie is credible and believable. And one thing the defense is going to say, we're not talking about this wonderful, talented, pregnant woman here. We're talking about the woman who, as Piers points out, called the Punisher.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Over and over and over and over and over and over and over again over a period of years. That's rather difficult to believe that this is a person
she was in a relationship with Diddy.
That's right.
Like, are we going to
If
keep
you
glossing over
choose to
the fact
do
you guys
something
act like
for the
Cassie was
man
doing this
you
on her
love,
own?
Okay, as Bill Maher said,
Not
at
just
some
the
point
man.
in time,
It's
you
just
have
not
to take
her man.
responsibility
It's
for
just
your
not
life.
her man,
And
though.
if you say,
but it's just not her
you
man,
cannot-
though. It's just
Well, let's
not
be
her
clear.
man, though.
First of all,
it is her boss.
let's be clear.
He is the man who is in control of her life. So to just quantify it in such a way where it's just her man, that is incorrect.
You know what's
Okay, let's be
fascinating? You
clear.
know what's fascinating about this is actually the way you both blew up there is actually the crux of this whole case. It's whether the jury is going to view this as Matthew is viewing it, and many people I know are viewing it, or whether they're going to view it, Ariel, as you're viewing it.
That's the divide, honestly. Do people believe, like, where do you guys stand with this? And I think, like, I see some people saying that this is making me mad. I get it. But at the same time, it's like people have a different view of this. Some people believe that, Cassie's a victim. Some people don't. I mean, we're even talking about Jane Doe. People don't feel like she is. Some people do. And that's kind of the crux of this situation. Now, I'm not a fan of Ariel Mitchell, because she took the kid part out. I'm not a fan of hers, but I'm kind of feeling like she's got a point here, personally. Sylvia, thank you so much for the 49, and everybody, welcome. Please hit the like button to show Rabbit our appreciation. Oh, thank you. You guys are amazing, and shout out to BJ, that surprise witness, who sent a bunch of you guys over here. Thank you guys. Oh my goodness, I appreciate it. Thank you. Hopefully we can get right into it. They're still on a break, and I'm keeping an eye out on all the areas. But I thought this was an interesting conversation with these two people that are clearly on two opposite sides of the argument. Where do you guys stand with this? Where do you guys? You said, look, see, Creative Choice says she's a victim of DV only. I think the other stuff she was a willing participant in. You're going to have people that feel like she's a victim. She's not. Like, you kind of have to weigh this in. And thank you, BJ. Thank you for sending your wonderful people. Thank you.
And many people I know
Shout out to
share your
BJ.
view. And it is split. I know so many people who believe he's got a chance of walking despite being despicable and a woman abuser because they haven't proved their case and because it looks like she was consensually agreeing to a lot of this stuff. And there are other people who agree with you, Ariel, that they think it was a form of long
It's her
coercion
boss.
by somebody who, as you say, was a very powerful.
I would agree. It's who said it in the chat? Somebody said it's her boss. It's her boss. That's a whole different dynamic. Not only is it her boss, he's holding her career, her livelihood. I don't know. Like it's like he had a lot. He had a lot of power over her. This is such a position to be in that I feel like it makes her vulnerable. It makes anybody vulnerable if you're, somehow with the boss one way or another. But I agree. You said rich womanizer with daddy issues, and his mom was a madam. So his idea of pleasure has been warped since birth. We were talking about this. We said not to get messy, but some of us felt like Diddy is probably a DL, right? He doesn't seem to like women. And based on the things that are being shared between Cassie and this Jane Doe, it seems like this could be the case that he just didn't really like women. But this idea of a love contract, that sounds very strategic. Like, I will pay for your house as long as you're doing X, Y, and Z. This is what you have to do. A love contract. That's what it was called, right? Mm-hmm.
A lover, but also a boss. And I think it's going to come down to whether this jury agree with Matthew or agree with Ariel about what Cassie Ventura's mindset was when she agreed to do all these things. I have to say, my own view slightly pivoted after that interview with the Punisher. And that might be unfair and it might be wrong. But I listened to him and I thought, wow, really? For over 2 years, over a dozen meetings in hotels, she did all the transactional stuff. She seemed to be really enjoying herself. If I'm on that jury, I'm finding that quite difficult to get past.
I don't know, Pierce. It's not that black and white. I don't know, Pierce. It is not that black and white. Personally, I feel like, yeah, there was a contract. He's doing, I don't know. And she was young too. There's a difference for those that don't know. There's a complete age contrast. And again, adults can be groomed too. Okay. But there's a difference between Cassie, who was 19, who was dealing with a man also before Diddy that was 10 years older than her. That's a red flag in my opinion too. I don't know what that was all about, but it sounds like she was predisposed to kind of get this situation, almost like she was set up for this, right? So she was 19. This Jane Doe was a lot older. I think I'm 2 years older than her, my understanding. So keep that in mind. I don't know, man. I don't know.
But anyway, we shall see. It's a fascinating case. Thank you both very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
I can't stand Pierce either. I hear you. I have a hard time with Pierce sometimes, but when he has like interesting, interviews, I'm here for it. When he does. Now they're still on a sidebar break, and I'm going to see what the Washington Post has also said. I got a couple of links up. Okay. So, but first of all, CNN says Jane gets emotional while describing having a hotel night during her birthday celebration. So she's at this hotel, and I would imagine, right? She's there to like happy birthday, celebrate her, her birthday type of situation. And then all of a sudden, she's expected to like perform. And that's what it seems like to me. A lot of this was very performative. She had to perform in these nights. That's not okay, That's not okay at all. You said Pierce is known for siding with the controversial opinion. I agree with that. I think that some of his stuff is okay, debate-wise, but Penny Rogers, that's unfortunate. I heard a big YouTuber that was in the courtroom say her name too, and I was like, oh damn, you can't really walk that back. But okay, it is what it is. People got to be careful. Let's see. And I think, like I said, if Pierce can have the opinion of like this is a very controversial situation, people are divided either side. I guess it is what it is. So Jane gets emotional. So she's talking about this birthday celebration. So Jane says she flew to Miami to celebrate her birthday with Sean Diddy Combs in 2023, but wasn't expecting to have a hotel night. So freak offs, hotel nights, these things have different names. There is another name for it. So there's that. When they were having dinner in their hotel, Jane said Combs alluded to having a hotel night. The moment was a gulp moment for Jane because she wasn't expecting it, but she said she just accepted it. After dinner, Combs gave her a necklace for her birthday, and an entertainer just she hadn't met, excuse me, hold up. After dinner, Combs gave her a necklace for her birthday, and an entertainer she hadn't met before arrived soon after that. And then he's telling her, don't ask for a condominium. Don't ask for a condominium. Y'all know what I'm talking about when I say condominiums. Like, she was afraid to ask for a condominium. Like, this man didn't give a shit about her. He wasn't taking care of her. Like, sure, okay, paying her rent, but I'm talking about physically, the health. Yeah, no. No. I just find this whole thing just to be kind of off there. Now, everybody will have their opinions, but that's just my thought on that. Yeah, and pills and money will have you making crazy decisions, right? Things that you wouldn't necessarily even like accept. You know what I mean? I don't know. I know some of you guys are like, I just got here. What is a condominium? You guys know I have to censor myself in my words. So read between the lines. We gotta, by the way, YouTube have flagged our channel for saying the word master's. So I say master's degree program because, like, I have to get creative. I hate the fact that I have to censor myself, but I have to do that. But yes. You said, let's see. Thank you, BJ. Shout out to you. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for bringing all these beautiful people here. Thank you. You said you got to take accountability and not place blame on others. But here's the deal. Like, and I know people have said this, but don't you guys think that that's something that she's probably dealing with too? Like, she's probably, thinking about, I didn't see it this way. This Jane Doe was with him up until he got his house raided. I even heard up until he got arrested. She was still with them. When they did the raids, those items, the shoes, did they belong to her? That's what it sounds like. You said there were conditions to this relationship. It wasn't a normal relationship. You know how they say, if you love me unconditionally, this would be the thing. You know what I mean? Yes, I said masters of a university. So I have to censor myself. So I do apologize. Some of you guys are like, I'm so lost. What is she saying? And I'll let you guys know when I have to censor myself. But I do. And by the way, shout out to our beautiful mods in the chat, guys. Please be respectful of my mods. Please be, send some flowers and some heart. They don't have the mods. They don't have to be here, and they are. So shout out to my wonderful mods. I appreciate everything that they're doing. Okay. The rise of trial tourism. They're calling it trial tourism. How celebrity cases draw trials. Why is there a guy outside of the court with a ventriloquist dummy? Is this really happening? People are outside with a ventriloquist? There's a lot of entertainment happening. There's a lot of drama outside happening of the courtroom. I heard people are getting into fights. People are getting arrested. Kitty Litters Zen Garden. Thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Thank you. Can somebody explain to me why there is people, they're bringing in ventriloquist dummies to the trial? What's going on outside? Let me know. It's a circus out there. Do you guys still want me to go out to the trial? Let me know. Maybe I should go out to the trial and listen. I'm kind of like, it's interesting inside the trial, but it's even more interesting outside the trial. Maybe I can interview the people and be like, hey, what's going on? What's going on out there? There's too much going on outside. You said you grew up in a traumatic DV situation with mom. Later allowed the very thing that happened to me. Swore I would never. People that don't understand Cassie had a blessed life and don't see it. Lacey, thank you so much for your comment. And I 1000% agree with you. Thank you for your comment. Thank you. I heard that there was going to be a protest outside after the verdict, depending on where it goes. A Diddy protest. I have people that come to my comments talking about we're protesting outside on this date, promoting a protest that I will never attend, but they're doing that. Yeah, they are. It's crazy. I'm trying not to chew on my mic. But hey, this is the trial of, I would say, the century at this point. I don't know, man. And then we still have Luigi. I want to cover Luigi Mangione. So we're probably going to be covering that one when it happens. I'm excited for that. But I have so much reading to do on that case. That's right. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. I want to protest for prison for D. People are paying protesters to go outside and protest. I mean, what do you guys think? This is our generations of an OJ trial. I mean, I was a kid when the OJ trial happened. Selena and Yolanda Saldivar trial. I was a child. I didn't understand it. But man, I would have given anything to have covered that. That would have been an in, because back then social media wasn't what it was. I mean, we didn't even have social media like that. But you imagine if Selena's trial was live and all of that played out. Oh, that internet would have been divided. That internet would have been a lot. You want to cover myself with Luigi too? Where's Tinkle? Where's Tinkle Tits? Where's my beautiful mod? Oh my God. Can't wait for these transcripts to come. Well, yesterday's came. So expect a pre-recorded video tonight on the last part of Bana, which in my opinion, it sounds like the defense actually showed some things that I think are concerning about her testimony. And we'll talk about those tonight. Don't miss tonight's upload. We're going to do an upload for sure. These transcripts are going to be on fire. So I have the transcripts for Jane's opening for yesterday. So when she would first came in there, these transcripts are going to be fire, guys. They are definitely. Yeah, I've been losing sleep. That's what happens when you're, BJ should know, when you're a one-person show, you're like, we got to go. We got to go. We don't have time. We don't have time. You know, BJ should go to the trial. BJ, if BJ's still in the chat, I vote. Put a 1 in the chat if you vote for BJ to go to the trial. Put a 1 in the chat. BJ would be amazing out there. I would love it. I would love BJ to go. We have a poll. We're getting together and we're pulling the transcripts. You can order them for like 2 hours, 24 hours. They're expensive. You know that. They're expensive, but you can order them. See, BJ, look at it. BJ, we would want you to go out there and report. Oh, yes. I'm down. BJ already said no. She's like, no. I know you guys asked, right? We're like, come on, BJ. BJ's like, I'm reporting safely. Honestly, that's smart. Like, let's just report from home. There's too much chaos going on over there. People getting arrested, people going crazy over there. Yeah, that I would agree. I would agree. It's not safe. I know you did, Sylvia. You said BJ says she ain't going to that, and respect that. I respect, but I would love it. I'm just gonna say that. My robe. Oh, I had a wig. My wig, Baby Bunny took my wig. By the way, I sewed this. I think I'm pretty good at the sewing. I want to get it bigger though, but I am. I'm a judge, and I got my gavel. Get out of order and see what happens. Yes, and I have my bailiffs, which are the mods in the chat. Shout out to the mods. Yes. He said because the way they're acting, I would pop off, and then they would be not good for him. BJ's like, no, we would pop off. No, that's great. That BJ's like, no, I'm not going. We would pop off. I think it would be amazing though to see BJ cover it like in person. I would love it. I would be here for it. I would be so happy for that. But that's okay. It is what it is. I do rebuke. You rebuke it? Come on. We would go outside with judges' robes and go off. She said, I rebuke. Oh my God. That's crazy. Watch get Diddy convicted, and then we're going to be outside playing Me and You all day. I've been waiting. Think I want to make a move. Oh, and then he's guilty. Oh, that's it. We're done. Oh my God. R8, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you. Yeah, I would think BJ would fight. It'd be like 2 YouTubers go to jail at the Diddy trial. Damn, that would be a viral story, wouldn't it? Oh my God. You said I would go for the guilty verdict block party. Oh, is there gonna be a block party? Oh my God. And what is it? $50 would be the liner. What is it? The main show guy right there. That's crazy. No, we're not playing the Tootsie Roll song. No, we're not. Y'all are crazy. The party bus. Oh my God. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy in the chat. Okay. What are we doing? Are we back? Let's see. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please. And thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Hey, we're trying to get to 80K. Where are we at? Are we almost there? Let me know. Trying to get to 80K on this channel. Let's hurry up and go. You're gonna fly from Spain. Oh my God, España. Shout out to you. I know, right? Thank you, thank you, thank you. We go through all those. Welcome everybody. $50. Well, I've been saying his name, but we've been calling him $50 too, as well. Just try to be careful. Shout out to everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for those that are here. Let's see. Do we have anything else? So I kind of wonder yesterday when Diddy got like yelled at or reprimanded, I don't know, by the judge. I guess reprimanded would be the word. They had I know, can we move on from the 70s to the 80s? Thank you. They had a warning, and I was telling everybody in the chat earlier that judge said this earlier in the morning yesterday. It was in the transcripts. Judge was warning the court to not make facial expressions to the jury. It wasn't just Diddy. I guess there's other people that are making facial expressions to the jury. If I'm there, I wouldn't even know where to pay attention to. It's packed in that courtroom. That's what I heard. So people are making subtle movements and stuff like that. So then Diddy was caught looking intensely at the jury. And this jury is full of men. The majority of them are men. So I have to kind of wonder what's up with that. Were there other people or was it just Diddy? Did somebody complain before? Yeah, they reprimanded him. They did, which I'm surprised. Like Agnifilo sitting next to him. Is he not telling him like, hey, hey, don't do this or don't do that? I don't know. You have to kind of wonder. You have to kind of wonder what is happening there. All right, we don't have an update. Let me see. So it's a little crazy outside the courtroom. That's what Washington Post said. From 14 minutes ago, Combs invited male prostitutes to Jane's birthday. She testified. That is horrible because clearly she didn't want to have that happen. I mean, she wasn't into that, but he did that to Cassie too. So there's that. He's doing that to Cassie. Yeah, that's what I gotta say. Let's see. Do we have an update? Nope. Oh my gosh, Shana, thank you so much for this $3 super sticker. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. You don't trust the jury, says Natasha. Natasha says, I don't trust the jury. Wow. You're so glad they reprimanded him. Okay. Thank you, Shana, for this. You said, do jurors let to talk about the case as they go? No. The jurors can't talk to each other about the case. They cannot, not right now. They can afterwards. So I've done jury duty, right? Instructions are pretty clear. They're written and they're very clear. You can't even talk to the other jury members about the case at all. You are not allowed to talk about this case until after everything is over. Okay? So it's like the itch you can't scratch when it comes to this. You cannot, even if one juror is talking about it and you're the juror, you can't talk. You can't talk about the case. You're not even supposed to say anything about it at all. And if they do, then the judge will definitely say something, remove people, because you're not supposed to have an opinion about it yet until they're done deliberations from both sides. So yeah. Now I heard that this Jane Doe is going to be all day today. And did they say 5 days of this? I'm not really sure. Yeah, Rabbit, they say you never can, so no to Diddy. They're still on lunch. That's right, Chantel. They can't talk about the case till they go into deliberations. That's what they're supposed to do. Yes. You said, question, if the juror finds him innocent, the government can appeal, right? The government or the defense? I'm sure they're already going to apply for appeal. I don't know. I mean, do you guys think, maybe we should do a poll. Do you guys think so far, in your opinion, where are we at? We are day 18 now, okay? Do you guys think that they have, the government has made its case so far? Where do you guys stand with that? I personally feel like they have met some of the elements, in my opinion. I feel like they have met some of the elements. Some of them I have questions about just because I don't really know the ins and outs of things, right? But let's see. Let me end this poll right here. Shout out to everybody, guys. Make sure you guys, can you guys get us to 1,000 likes, please? And thank you. All right. Do you feel that the gov is meeting their burden on this Diddy case? And if not, that's okay. If you don't, just say no, whatever you feel like. There's some areas that I do wonder. Now, remember, they only have to, what is it, 2 out of the 8? 2 out of the 8. And so far, between what Cassie said, this Jane Doe talking about flying and the prostitutes and stuff like that, it sounds like, to me, it sounds like it's getting there, but because they're laying the foundation for that. That's my thought on that. But you guys let me know what you guys think. Yeah, I want to hear more about the evidence they found, says Rochelle. Yeah, I think it's fair. Government can't appeal. They can try it if there's a material, but they can't charge if he's found innocent. That would be double jeopardy, says Max. Right. They only need 2 out of the 8. That's right. Thank you. Hard to answer. Weight has to be given to the credibility of the witnesses, says Franny Law. Shout out to my beautiful, wonderful, again, my lawyers in the chat. I have Vicky and Franny Law and some other ones too. Let's see. Put your tags up for transcripts. Oh my God, did I forget to do that? Lord have mercy. Sorry about that. Let me do that right now. Thank you. Thank you, Chico. Let me put that in here. All right, let me pin it. Hold up. Pin message. Here we go. Thank you. If you want to hear the transcripts, please subscribe to become a member. Many perks, fun, along with the party. Then hit the like button. Thank you so much for the $9.99, Sylvia. Thank you. Aw, thank you, Sylvia. Okay. Where are we at? Let's see. Do we have an update? I just covered this super sticker on my face. I'll move it here. We don't have an update yet. You said, I do think that they have met some of the elements, but not all. Say more, it's Jeannie. Not all, but I hope that the jurors understand, like we do, that 2 are only needed to be found guilty. I feel like they have at least found. I know, Chico. What would I do without you guys? Thank you. I think that they have met at least a couple. Don't forget the forced labor part too. Whether you agree with some of what Capricorn was saying, also, like, I get the impression, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. I don't think there's been a plea deal for Christina Quorum. I think she's going to have her own individual little trial situation. She's a co-conspirator. She's been named in the transcripts. So I have to wonder, KK? KK, where you at, KK? Because your name's been dragged here up and down all over. Is she going to be a witness? In order for her to have been a witness, she would have had signed something, immunity. You have 3 people so far that we know of with immunity. Yeah, you said she's not even charged, and trust me, she ain't did nothing to justify any charges. Oh, I don't know. See through you. I don't know. I can't stand. You said I stand with all these women. I thought you said I can't stand these women. I read that wrong. My bad. KK could possibly take the stand for Diddy, but government may destroy her or she will have to plead the fifth. Man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Tony. You think it's a weird lack of transparency with the evidence? Whew. Okay, let's see. I mean, KK knew a lot. KK knew there's a text message, and we were talking about this earlier. There's a text message between KK, Cassie, and Bana. Now, Cassie didn't see the balcony incident. I think she heard about it. So that was clarified in the transcripts. So we'll drop that video tonight. I just need to edit several parts of it. And that you guys will get a clear picture of what text message is being talked about. These lawyers are still arguing about evidence, what's going to be allowed, what isn't allowed, all kinds of things. So there is that. Thank you. If they don't call her to testify, then she should be scared because they are coming for her. That's right. This case reminds me of NXIVM situation. Oh, the NXIVM. And don't forget that Agnifilo was Keith Rainier's lawyer, NXIVM. NXIVM. Thank you guys for being here. KK needs to get immunity because her hands are dirty. Let's see. And they don't have to charge them all at once. Remember, they go for the head of the snake. So this is what I had a hard time understanding. And now I feel like I got a better understanding of it. And I've been explaining this a lot. One of the questions that a lot of us have asked, how come they're just going for Diddy? And it's really because they're going to go for him. It's all one at a time. The head of the snake is Diddy. Now, do I believe, I don't know about you guys. We know, well, some of us know that it's not just Diddy. Like, bring in Tommy Mottola. Bring in, who is it? Clive Davis. Bring in all these heads, right? We know that. But they need to go for the head of the snake, and then they're going to go for everyone else. Like, I want them to go for Roger Bond. Okay? What about D-Rock? Up until, if you believe what Mia is saying, up until the very, very last time in 2024, D-Rock and Diddy were still dealing with each other. Okay? That was still a thing. So keep that in mind. But thank you. Yeah, Diddy is the head of the snake, but we know that that there's more to this. Was I dreaming, or was Ariel Mitchell somehow the most sensible person on Piers Morgan just now? We were just saying that. We were like, wait, did Ariel get Ariel, where's Courtney Burgess? What happened to Courtney Burgess, Ariel? That's what I wonder. Candy's Life, thank you for becoming a member. And by the way, Tyrone Blackburn got dragged even after and we have that in the transcript, so we'll be dropping that video today. Tyrone Blackburn, I think it was very strategic that he wasn't in the courtroom when Bana was there. Okay. When his name was mentioned, I think the courtroom is on the 6th floor. That's what I heard. So he decided to escape through the fire. Escape, because you can't jump the window. He's like, I ain't getting caught up. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, the fire escape, and I'm out of here. And that's what happened. So he left. He was like, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys later. Yeah. I love it. Tyrone Blackburn getting blasted in federal court. You cannot have it any better than that. I love it. I'm here for it. Totally here. Thank you. There's no one above Diddy in this case, and those others may be guilty of something similar and have their own RICO. That's right. That's right. What would you guys do? I would have loved to see Tyrone's place when he was mentioned. I would have loved it. Yes, ma'am. Okay, we don't have an update. Let's see. Do we have an update from CNN? I think they're like arguing in there. What is going on? I kind of wonder what cross-examination is going to look like. You said, oh my God, did you guys catch that too? Hold up. Tyrone liking the 50s Bert and Ernie post. He should be. Did you know that 50 deleted that post? Now, come on now. You know that we screen grabbed it. You know he deleted it. And who liked it? Tyrone Blackburn. Tyrone Blackburn liked the post. Okay? Let me see if I can click it. I showed you guys. That was so messy. That was so messy. Look at this. Let me show you guys. Y'all see that? Right over here. Okay? Liked by Tyrone Blackburn. 50 said he wanted me to call him Ernie Diddy Wild. If you know, you know. Okay? Yeah. That's crazy, but I don't know why he would delete his post. Like, he acts like people on the internet aren't going to find it. Yeah. How do you guys feel about it? You said leave Bert and Ernie alone. I will say that I love how Armana Wiggins, he was outside the courtroom that very first week, right? And Tyrone was there. And Armand was like, hey, how do you feel about them calling you a clout chasing lawyer? I said, Armand, you are my hero. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Armand. Because we've been saying that. We've been saying that. Armand, shout out to Armand. Armand is doing phenomenal. Shout out to him. I thought they were on lunch, resuming 1:30. I know that should have been started. What time is it now? 11, 12, 1? Oh, they're out till 1:30. Well, damn. We're waiting. I think they're still on lunch. I think that what was his response? He didn't say anything. I can't talk right now. Tyrone Blackburn, I can't talk right now. That's what he said. That's crazy. That's crazy, y'all. I don't see any possible scenario that he gets found innocent based on what we've already heard. I could see a mistrial. One jury is holding out. You know what? I heard this too. Like I said, I was talking to I have a lot of lawyer friends, but one specific one who was like, oh, he is? Okay. One specific lawyer friend who said that, and everybody said different opinions. Note that. But one lawyer friend said that, here it is. We'll watch a little bit of this. That they felt like it was going to be a mistrial.
U.S. versus Sean Combs trial.
Okay, hold up.
Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Intercity Press, midday today, Friday, June 6th, the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. Jane is on the stand, witness, anonymous Jane, and it was pretty grueling and graphic. All direct testimony. It's supposedly going to go into Monday this way. There were descriptions of various hotel nights, a number of adult film stars that were reached out to. It's hard to really convey this. One was called Cabral Williams, that's all I'll say. I'm referring to him as Sly because that seemed to be his nom de stage, and I'm not sure if Cabral's with a C or a K, probably a C. Cabral Williams. So this is a sort of a footnote to the live tweets. We've been tweeting it live, and we haven't, despite. I'll just say this: there's a court order that the identity and any identifying, I guess, information or visuals about the witness are not to be known. It seems that many people online say who it is. We're not doing it. There was a sidebar that took place at the end of the testimony. Wasn't explaining what the sidebar was. Maybe it was about this, because it does seem very strange if it's totally obvious that people can't report it, and that's the measure of compliance with the rule of law. But there it is. Now it's going to continue all day, this direct. The reactions are different. I mean, everyone wants to know what the juries look like. I'm not going to sort of get into that, except for the idea that there is a perception. I think that the order not to nod at the jurors is because is there some energy between Combs and certain jurors? And what can be done about that? I don't know.
Oh.
But the testimony will continue. The cross is going to really be something. I think that they're trying to take issues off the table by saying, why did you say you wanted it? Or why did you choose who the entertainer would be? And the excuse is because it had to be, it was going to happen anyway, it might as well be this way. I don't want to characterize it except to say it's really, it's something. I'm glad to be outside. That's all I can say. Will Sean Combs ever be outside again? Well, we'll see. There's some prison camps have a yard. Who knows, though? There's other people. I've heard people say that they're not convinced by this witness. So we'll just have to see. We're doing it, and I think we may have another one later today, but I'll say that at the end of the testimony today, we're going to bear down and put out Diddy on trial week 4, just because there's people try to misuse the tweets, and it's kind of like a blockchain. We'll say this is what was said, and there's a few little extras in there too. But we're going back in for the continued testimony of the witness, currently known as Jane. To be continued.
Shout out to Inner City Press. Thank you, Inner City Press. Make sure you guys check out. I'm a member. I also am a Patreon. So supporting 2 ways. Thank you, Inner City Press. Now, hold up. Yeah, they're back at 1:15, you said? So they got a couple minutes. You said, let's see. Case law from the Yale R by deception was written years ago, and they have been pushing it hard in NY. I believe this is why the trial will end up there. Kiki Love. Thank you. And let me shout out Veronica. Thank you so much for the Cash App. I appreciate you, Veronica. Thank you. I know the guy has taken a lot covering up this case, like covering this case in general, I would say. I mean, it just seems like a huge undertaking, in my opinion. Let's see. Do we have an update so far? Thank you, Abraham. Thank you. I appreciate you, Abraham. I just got it. I will put a little heart in it in a minute. So it's 45 minutes. This was 5 minutes ago. So I guess we'll see how it all goes down. Now, let me look at the poll of the chat, because you guys, we're talking a little bit about where we stand with this. Do we feel like so far, it's been a couple weeks now. They've had at least over 25 plus witnesses at this point. Overall, if you have, like, we've been following from day one, it seems like such a long time ago too, right? But let me see what you guys are saying. Thank you. Do you feel that the government is meeting their burden on this Diddy case? 82% said yes, and 18% said no. Interesting. Steeler Princess, thank you so much for this $2. Thank you, my love. Shout out to you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, drop some rabbits in the chat. Thank you. And you guys are amazing. There's like a lot of people that don't agree with each other, and I love that. I mean, at least we're kind of getting through that and we're figuring it out. So shout out to y'all. Y'all are amazing. Thank you. Okay. Let me see what CNN, where are we at with CNN? What is CNN saying? Thank you. No update on CNN. Do you guys feel like, let me ask this question. I kind of wonder, I mean, we're not getting any kind of exposure to the messages or anything like that, but I do wonder about all of this in terms of, like, you know, how this is being perceived by the jury. Like, is the jury really grasping what they're saying or what they're doing? And that's the thing, is like, do they find these witnesses credible? That's the question that I have. Okay. I wonder about that. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Now, Armand, I guess, shout out to Armand. He made it to News Nation. Okay.
I'm joined now by Armand Wiggins. He's a journalist and author who moved to New York.
Now, I'm going to need these people to get his name right. His name is Armand. They say Armand Wiggins, but Armand, it's Armand. They got to get the name right.
Just to cover the Diddy trial, my friend. You're the most dedicated guy I know. You literally moved so that you could be in this courthouse every single day. I should tell our audience, by the way, Armand, that you recap the whole trial on your YouTube show and your podcast called The Armand Wiggins Show. Listen, I couldn't wait to talk to you about this today, because I felt like this witness, Jane, was not meeting the mark that Cassie did, was not meeting the mark that those.
That's how you know they haven't. I've been watching Armand for years, him and a bunch of other YouTubers, but literally, they are Armand. It's Armand.
Assistants did. It just didn't feel the same. Am I off?
I feel like she did meet the mark. I feel like I think maybe she didn't meet the mark because we're used to hearing the violent part. I think that she may tell a different story. However, it's still early. I think what they're doing with her is showing how he was using the money and the fact that she was a little bit of she was kind of a, I don't know if we can say hoe on air, but she was a little bit of a hoe, you know? So for her, I think she was in it for the money. He was paying her bills. She was an influencer. She wanted to be an OnlyFans model. I mean, you got to think about it. The way that she met
He's talking about Jane Doe. Where do you guys land with that?
Diddy, she met him in Miami while he was dating her friend. So she kind of backstabbed her friend and got with the guy. Her friend ended up getting engaged to another guy, moving to Europe, and she moved in on Diddy. So the whole thing that they're setting up with her is he made her do these freak offs for her rent to be paid, because when she didn't want to do them, then he would suggest that they would just break up. And then with them breaking up, then
he did. Damn, I feel like I get censored for everything. He just said he's what? Oh my God. I get censored for everything, and he just got away with that. I'm over here making codes, and he just got away with that.
You know what? What do you need about 3 months in the house? Because I don't want to, you know, pay for someone's house that I'm not talking to. So in her mind, it's like, oh, he's now saying we need to break up because I don't want to do the freak off, which means I have to move out of this house where he's paying $10,000 a month for. So I think it's that type of coercion that they're trying to show, like the mental control.
Well, okay, so I listened to that and I just thought, the guy's a D-bag, and you can leave him. You came into the relationship with a life.
She said D-bag. I'm looking at like how they're judging this. Mercy Miami, thank you so much for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Let me know. Shout out to everybody.
You took on the lifestyle and you easily could have left. You know, yeah, you'd lose the fancy apartment and all the things that you got as a bonus by being with Diddy. But this wasn't the kind of situation where Cassie felt if she left, he'd come after her. He'd send his staff after her. He'd send his security agents after her. That Diddy would come after her.
Oh, okay. So as much as I'm, you know, however I feel about Banfield, I have a question to ask about this. Do you guys see a difference? Notice this. With Cassie, Diddy was sending a bunch of people out to go look for Cassie when she would leave, right? I'm not hearing that. Maybe the testimony's not done, but I do wonder about this piece, right? Like she would try to get away unless we're not there yet. But I feel like we didn't really get to hear that. We haven't yet. So maybe there's a major difference in these allegations that are being kind of, you know, said. Have you guys heard that yet? I have yet to hear that KK went out to go get Jane Doe. So major difference. Okay, I got you. I got see through you. Thank you. Thank you. I see you because I see it too. Cassie was a girlfriend. Jane was, what was Jane? And I think that's what Armand was saying, like she is, I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but like she wasn't like, I don't know. Did she see herself? Where did she see herself in this relationship? Maybe she believed it was something more. So I have to wonder about this. Okay. All right.
And beat her senseless if she did just the least, you know, tiniest thing that didn't involve him or was out of his control. I'm not getting that sense with Jane, and I want to be real clear. In order to establish that this is coercion or sex trafficking, you have to say, I don't want to cross that state line. I don't want to go to Turks and Caicos. Get on the damn plane, girl. Now you're talking coercion. Now you're talking she didn't have a choice. I felt like she had a choice in all of this. She just really liked the fancy money and the life.
Well, and she also liked him. That's what I thought would have been different, because she came a little bit different versus like, oh, he did all these bad things to me. She came like, I loved him. I wanted to be with him. He's a great guy. He was an amazing guy. He was affectionate. He had an alluring personality. All I wanted was him, but he didn't just want it to be me and him. He wanted me with all these other things. And when I didn't want to do that, then he would hold the money over my head. So I don't feel like she ever did not want to be there.
Okay, so that's a major difference. I think that one girl says, I think it was a lot different with Cassie because it's weird, effed up the way he cared about her. I mean, he took her out in public to the red carpets, the Met Gala or whatever, and he had met Jane on the DL. So there are. Was he out public? I can't remember. And I'm not going to look for pictures or anything like that. But to be clear, I don't feel like there's a lot of pictures out there of Jane Doe and not like Cassie, right? But could it be because Cassie was more of his artist and Jane Doe is not? Jane Doe wasn't under Bad Boy. She wasn't under a contract. You know what I mean? So I do wonder about this a little bit. But I didn't even notice this, and Banfield did point this out. There's some differences. There's some differences. No way. What? Hold up. A mistrial? They're in the same courtroom. Hold up. Meanwhile, in a parallel hashtag #MeToo world, down the street of SDNY, juror deliberations in Harvey Weinstein retrial are in chaos, with one juror calling out others, saying doesn't want to continue. Judge who released the alternative says he must. Mistrial motion coming? Oh my, 2 blocks away. What? They're arguing? And we thought we were a mess. We're not a mess. They're arguing. That trial is arguing right now. Damn. That's crazy. What if they call a mistrial? That's crazy. I don't know. Unbelievable. Right. Like they're in that same area. Oh my gosh. I got my notifications on Inner City Press. Oh my God. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that at all. Wow. It's great. Wasn't there a woman accuser who's accusing Weinstein and Diddy at the same time? This was just released, I want to say this week of It's Not Enough. Rabbit, the difference is Jane was getting back a certain famous troll. Diddy didn't give no F's about her. It's not enough. Thank you so much for this. That's the difference between the cases you're saying. I'm in shock. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm in shock. I'm very much in shock by this. But let me tell you guys, there was a post that I made a post, I want to say a week ago. There is a lawsuit. See if I can find it. There is a lawsuit. Harvey Weinstein sued by a Diddy accuser for alleged essay. And this was 5 days ago. Crystal something. She was like in an America's Next Top Model. You guys remember that? I think I read that lawsuit here. You guys, I have been reading so many lawsuits. I can't even keep it straight. That's crazy. Yeah, this is what was reported 5 days ago. And people were saying like, what? You saw that too? I didn't even look into it. Okay. They're back. Okay. Get it together, everybody. Get it together. All right. Let me bang my gavel. Get it together. Put your drinks away. Okay. Put your drinks away. Get it together. We are back. Okay. Let's see. Let me get myself a little bit smaller. Welcome everybody. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. They're back. Okay. Let's see. Government this afternoon will be showing some explicit exhibits in binder, so not a counsel screen, but counsel can come up and see them. Judge says, okay, bring in the witness and the jury. Are these exhibits sealed? They're going to keep doing, so the defense is probably not even going to touch this Jane Doe until Monday. That's what it looks like. You guys, this is crazy. Let's see. So they have the weekend. The defense is going to have all weekend to really look into some of the stuff. I mean, it is. Let's see. I finally understand what the SA and USA is all about. Oh my God. That was an interesting comment. Okay. He had control over Cassie's career. That's right. You guys, thank you for being here. Put your drink away, Pika. Abraham said to put your drink away. All right, get your ties and your suits on. Let's go. Okay, get it together. Fix your hair. Okay, look presentable. And the chat. Thank you. Thank you. You said Puffy recreating a human centipede movie scenes in these hotels. What? Oh my God. Okay. All right. What about Jay-Z? He's not being mentioned. He hasn't been, well, he has been mentioned. Has he been mentioned at all? I'll have to, I can't remember off the top of my head. Can you tell me not to put my coffee down? Desert, put your coffee down. All right. We're waiting for an update. Okay. Let's see what CNN is saying too. Where's my Safari? CNN. The judge is back on the bench. And here we go. This is crazy. Jane is back on the stand. The jury's entering, and Jane is back on the stand. Here we go. Oh my God, Angie, thank you for this. Appreciate all your coverage of these shenanigans, Rabbit, for the tip jar. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's very sweet of you. Hold up. You guys don't have to, and you do. Thank you. Appreciate it. Very sweet. Let me put a heart and a thumbs up. Thank you. And make sure you guys, can we get to 1,000 likes? Is that possible? Have you guys been watching Rotten Mango and everything that's going on? I guess like there's some stuff going on with her. I haven't watched everything, but apparently Rotten Mango was talking about how they were being followed and they had to switch to like a different hotel room. Did you guys hear about that? She mentioned elites, Oprah, Ellen, Diddy, and Jay-Z. Well, Oprah hasn't been mentioned. Ellen hasn't been mentioned. Diddy, clearly it's this trial. Jay-Z, I believe, Beyonce was mentioned, but I don't know if Jay-Z was mentioned. Yes. Did you guys hear about that? That she was being followed or something? It's getting a little crazy. Thank you, Annie. Well, I mean, she's like a big YouTuber, so I would think that she would need to amp up her security a little bit more, right? For sure. I don't think Oprah has been mentioned. Oh, really? Random people who didn't actually know anything about the channel kept asking her where she was staying. Someone tried to reach into her bag? That's crazy. Si se puede, si se puede. Thank you. JC has been mentioned. I'll have to look in the transcripts. I can't remember. I can't. So Rotten Mango had to switch hotels? Damn, that's crazy. I wouldn't be staying in the same spot. I would be worried. I just, especially if you're reporting, even if you're not like a YouTuber or anything like that, I would be worried. You said people has been going after YouTubers. I agree. Don't forget Pineapple Head. You guys keep forgetting about Pineapple Head. You said, realize. What you guys have to understand is that a mistrial, Diddy does not go free. He still has to sit in jail and wait for another trial. Thank you. Well, I'm wondering, are they going to call a mistrial on the Harvey Weinstein case? Now I'm kind of intrigued by that. Damn. Pineapple sounds delicious. Pineapple Head. Thank you. Yes, but tell them. All right, here we go. All rise. Here we go. We're waiting for this jury. Miss Comey, have you seen this man? Jane speaks. Sean brought him to our hotel room in LA. I was in a robe and lingerie, the whole robe I usually had. What happened in the living room of the suite? I knew this was something I could not fake. Was she faking it all the time? Oh, damn. Oh, man. Okay. You said, Rabbit, I wonder if the media people have people trying to chase off the YouTubers because I can't control the scenario. That's a good question. You wonder if it's even the major media outlets that don't want YouTubers out there. I know Mims is amazing. I'm sure a lot of you guys are from Mims' channel. Shout out to Mims. His breakdowns are pretty good. Shout out to Mims. You said, well, everyone will have to testify again and it's mistrial, potentially. You know what I mean? You said if they get a mistrial, they will definitely try it again. That's why they have not charged him for all the evidence they have on him. Real eyes realizes real lies. I like saying that. Okay. No update. Let's see what CNN is saying. Nothing. See what the Washington Post is saying. Washington Post hasn't updated. People are talking about, I think the Washington Post is just mainly reporting on what's going on outside of the courtroom, just noticing all these YouTubers and social media. There's a lot of TikTokers outside. Everybody's got filming equipment. I swear. Everybody does. Thank you. Rotten Mango also got mentioned about Diddy saying, I know you. She's thinking it was from her cause that was the second time he said that. Really? I mean, I don't know. It's a lot of people in that courtroom. Do you guys think that he's like really paying attention to Rotten Mango? And I mean, I'm not there, but like, is he really like looking at her? Because his back would be facing them, right? He's not really looking at everybody. I don't know. But yes. Let's see. Thank you. She said something about a robe, and she was always wearing that would have been a hilarious joke, but instead I will say it's sad that she had her usual freak off robe. Did she have a freak off robe? That's what they called it. Okay, we have an update. Okay. So before that, it was what happened in the living room of that suite. I knew this was something I could not fake. Government asked, what do you mean? I was repulsed by him. I tried for 30 minutes. Then I told Sean, can I talk to you in the bedroom there? I told him I can't. I tried again, but no. I told Sean, I'm sorry. How did Sean respond? Agitated. Okay. And I'm sure he didn't want to like, that's one thing he didn't like doing was wasting money. However he felt that was like, because he say that with Cassie, there were times where he couldn't do it. And then like they had to like step back and it was a waste of money. She looked right at him and she had multiple people around her notice. He turned around. Really? Nadine, that's interesting. On Rotten Mangoes? He did it twice, she said. Oh, I'll have to check it out. You said they're not going to charge him later because the statute of limitations has run out of the DV. So they can only get him through this case and has no relevance. Research says collective tribal conscience. Okay. Well, here we go. Then another man came. Did Sean talk to you first? No. Who's this? A man I met in New York. I told him I didn't want to go to New York if it was just to set me up with the man. He said no, one-on-one. So I went. Oh my God. So she didn't want to do it with that guy. She wasn't feeling it. Okay. She didn't want to, she's like, I can't fake this. So they go to the separate bedroom and she's telling them like, I don't want to do this. Right. And then Sean looks agitated. Then another man came. So like, it's crazy because it's like, this is like a thing where it's like hours upon hours, right? And like Cassie called them sessions. So they would do sessions. So with him, another man came. Then Comey says, did Sean talk to you first? No. Who's this? A man I met in New York. I told him I didn't want to go to New York. She told Sean I didn't want to go to New York if it was just to set me up with the man. He said no, one-on-one, so I went. So it turns out that he did set her up with the man. She's still falling for it. Even now? Oh my goodness. The astroturfing troll, that's a thing. I'm telling you, I got people coming in here talking about promoting a Diddy protest. I'm like, you guys are you guys gonna get paid to protest? I mean, what? Gotcha. No update. You said she could be looking at somebody else directly behind her, but it happened more than once. Combined with the other sub, it is very creepy. Absolutely, it's very creepy. I'm just thinking in my mind, like, how did that go down? Because there's a lot of people in there. Damn. Are his kids in court today? We don't even know. I know Janice probably is in court. That's crazy. No update. No update. I know. There's like sidebars and we don't even know about them. Okay, we have an update. Did you get Wi-Fi on the plane? Yes. Sean sent me text. Do you want entertainment tonight? How did you feel? Disappointed. My thought of seeing my lover was shot down. Where did you go in New York? The Trump Hotel. Oh, so he gets her on a plane and then he starts texting her. I'd have been like, no. No. I just want to be with you. No. Said it's disappointing. My thought of seeing my lover was shot down. Where did you go in New York? The Trump Hotel. Oh my God. Okay. Turn this plate around, right? Turn this plate around. Turn it around. Turn around. Maybe it could be a combination of both. Like I don't know. That at some point, that's the question that I have. Because she was up with him up until the arrest. When did she realize that what was happening was wrong? Was it after the arrest? Before the arrest? Ain't no D worth all that trauma. That's right. But when did she realize that, like, what do you guys think? When did it hit her to say, like, this isn't worth it? Before or after the arrest? That's the question that I have about this. She didn't know she was enough, says Miss Hill. That's crazy. No update. And a former girlfriend of Sean Combs, testifying under the alias of Jane, is back on the stand after the lunch break. The witness broke down in tears earlier as she describes allegedly being forced to have S with multiple men on her birthday in 2023. This was just recent. Jane is expected to continue testifying for the rest of the day until 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. Eastern time and into next week. Wow. Wow. This is going to be very, very long. You said, did it really happen that Diddy turned around? That's what people were saying. But that's what was being told, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe she hasn't realized it yet and still be with him now if things were different. I don't know. Would things be different? What if he wasn't being charged? Would she still be with him? That's the question. Would she still be with him if he was not being charged? That's the question that I have. Would she be able to get out of that relationship if she was not charged? No worries. Diddy picked low self-esteem women. He wanted to be them. He didn't like any of the women. Do you think that was intentional? Like, is it just, I don't know. Like, did he just play on their insecurities? Is that what it was? I don't know, man. Okay, I think we have an update. We do. I saw the assistant setting up the room with red lights for a hotel night. I took this photograph, not shown on the gallery screen. What happened next? I told Sean I don't want to do this. He was just like super defensive. Okay. He was super defensive. You think he chased Jane for other reasons? No worries, Mags. My reading sucks all the time. No worries. Big hugs for those in the chat who have similar experiences. Absolutely. No update. I think Diddy was making money, a lot of money from these FOs. We just haven't gotten to that part. Well, they were filming it. Do we know that? That's the part that I want to understand. Like, was there, if that was the case, how were they making money off of those? Was it through video? Do we know if he was selling videos? I don't know. Like, he did threaten to leak videos. Okay. On my way back to the room, Sean gave me a pill. Comey then says, "What was it?" I took it. The man was in the room. We had small talk. I let the man touch my leg a little bit. I took Sean to the bedroom and told me I can't do this. I think she meant to say told him I can't do this. So this is where it got to the point where she's saying I can't do this. She got on the plane. It's like a situation. She got on the plane. And then he kind of springs up this FO situation. On my way back to the room, Sean gave me a bill. So he was drugging them so that they could feel like comfortable, right? Government speaks. What was it? I took it. The man was in the room. We had a small talk. I let the man touch my leg a little bit. I took Sean to the bedroom and told me, I think he meant to say, told him I can't do this. So this is where that like coercion piece is happening. Like that pushing to do something that she doesn't want to do. He was filming for sure. Black market stuff or behind the scenes money. That's what I'm thinking. Wow. It was all very choreographed. Is the government landing the plane? Where's the plane? Because I was wondering when this plane was going to land for the government. Let me know in the chat. And if somebody can explain in the chat what it means to land the plane, because some of you guys are probably going to be like, what does that even mean? Are they making their point? Is the government landing the plane? Yes, can we get 200 more likes, please? And thank you. I'd appreciate it. Thank you, guys. We're working overtime. We're circling, says Coach Lisa. We're not landing, we're circling. Damn. That's kind of scary to be circling the plane. Okay. How did Sean react? Agitated. I called another performer. Why? That's a hard question. At that point in the relationship, I knew that's what my partner would want. Was Sean paying your rent? Yes. Did he mention it? Did he mention it? Oh my God. No update yet. You said, I can't stand these commercials here. I have to keep rewinding. I'm sorry. And I don't control the commercials, so I do apologize. I'm sure there's shitty commercials from YouTube. Sorry, YouTuber. Sorry. Just saying. We're following a pattern. Okay. Are we landing the plane? That's the question. Are they making their point? I feel like they're still filling the flight plan. Okay. Let me know. Surely some are spiraling and not circling. You know, and that's what Banfield said too, using her point. We're waiting for an update. Banfield did say that. How did you guys feel about Ashley Banfield when she was with Armand? How did you feel like that was going down? Like, as far as like, did she have an opportunity to leave? Did she know that if she left, she would have left this lifestyle? It's the same with Cassie. If Cassie would have left, she would have lost it all. She would have lost the recording deal. She had this over her head. So this was an important part. But I do feel like there's differences between Cassie and this Jane Doe. There's a couple of industries, if that makes sense. Or excuse me, differences, if that makes sense. Like, she was still a child. At least in my opinion, she was still a child 19. Okay. Are we in Spirit Airlines? All right, objection. So we have an object. Okay. What was Sean paying your rent? Yes. Did he mention it? Objection. Objection. Time frame. Was this after Sean started paying your rent? Government asks. Yes. I called Sly. He was excited. He flew to New York that night from Atlanta. What happened? It was nice. We had S in front of Sean at the Trump Hotel. Okay. Yeah, okay. She said it was nice. We had S in front of Sean in the Trump Hotel. We're still experiencing fog. You're still on the flight plan building up to landing the plane. I don't know. Well, I mean, I'm sure that some of the times that she was doing these acts, they were consensual, right? Some of them were nice. Sylvia said, thank you for the $4.99. The plane is looking for the Fire Festival with Billy. Oh, sorry, I hit the mic. That made me laugh. Fire Fest. The plane with the Fire Fest. Lindell's back in the comments. The government is doing themselves a big disservice by keeping a witness on the stand lingering off of RICO topics. Okay. Well, that's what we said. Could they lead them if people feel like none of this meets this definition, there could be a mistrial. We have to be careful, right? So I kind of wonder about this. Poor Ja Rule. Ja Rule doesn't even want to be mentioned. Doesn't want to hear the name Billy whatsoever. He's like, don't even talk about that. He got asked a question. He got really mad. He doesn't want to hear about Fire Festival or anything like that. He don't want nothing to do with that. He said no. And Cassie, there's a difference. Cassie was an artist, an employee-employer situation. That was her boss. Here, she's not an employee. This Jane Doe doesn't seem to have she's not modeling under Sean John. She's not doing those things. You know, you said right now, the government is flying the plane. That's what we're asking. Have they landed the plane? That's the question. And they're going to keep going all the way today till what? Monday? It's going to be a long, I don't know. I heard, was it Franny Law who said it in the chat? I don't know if this is their last witness because they had 2 witnesses that bailed. They were like, no, we're out of here. We're not testifying. Okay. So it further goes, me and Sean had to go to our separate ways, but I didn't want Sly to feel like we were just leaving him. So cash was brought to the front desk for him by an assistant. Which one? Joey. And this man, I had S with him in front of Sean. Oh my God. So Jane was concerned about Sly. Me and Sean had to go our separate ways, but I didn't want Sly to feel like we were just leaving him. So cash was brought to the front desk for him by an assistant. Which one? Joey. And this man, I had S with him in front of Sean. Oh, Lord have mercy. This is okay. This is the last victim, not the last witness. Gotcha. Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate you for that. Steeler Princess says, thank you for the 5. This ain't enough alcohol on the planes and the masks are out of oxygen. Thank you, Steeler Princess. You're funny. I appreciate the support. She's not a missing person. I just don't think she wants to cooperate. Oh, okay. Vicky says she is an employee receiving 10K. That goes to her housing allowance, or for being his girlfriend for S fantasies. That's an employment. Does she recognize that though? That's interesting. Okay. I had S with him in front of Sean. Okay, then government asks. And another? Jane speaks, a Spanish buff man. He was a bit odd. I felt he was pulling out this scent to smell during S. I don't know. In front of Sean, yes. Another, a man looked more European at Limitrage. We had S twice. The Spanish guy was odd. The Spanish guy was odd. He was pulling out the scent to smell during S. What was he? Oh God, I don't even want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Y'all hear that? Yeah, I don't want to know what the scent smell was. What is going on with CNN? CNN has stopped tweeting. You said smell sounds like poppers? Poppers? Lord have mercy. I'm just listen, Linda, listen. It is what it is. What was he smelling? You're over her? Women like her dilute the impact of true grooming, power imbalances, essay, and such, says Michelle. Michelle, you are entitled to your own opinion. I know a lot of people are entitled. You all are welcome to differences of opinions, as long as we're respectful. Thank you for this. I'm actually over Jane Doe. But I do wonder, what is this? Not a fart in the bottle. Stop. Okay, here we go. Which entertainers did you see most often? Jane says Paul and Sly. Which ones did you react to? Them, is it them? Them, Antoine, and Don. Did you ever arrange hotel nights as a surprise for Sean? Yes, twice, like Valentine's Day or the return from a trip. She's dropping names. Wow. What do you think? We can't catch a break from these devils, says kill with kindness. Thank you for the $1.99, my love. Thank you. It's crazy. You said, I've been married 35 years, and if my husband sees me with having S with another man in front of him, I'm out. I know, right? I must be old-fashioned. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in the comments so far. Let's see. One thing I'll always remember from this trial is when they described that rubber mask with the male. Oh God. Oh, that blew my mind. It's not on this trial though. That's a civil case. Is this a trial or a prawn movie? That's the question. That's the question. The hotel nights are outrageous. Oh my God. Look at shout out to Diddy Docket. Diddy Docket. Diddy Docket's like, what is going on? Yo. It's like the more we find out, I don't know. You think this is okay? Mina says it's a total different vibe than Cassie. Say more, Mina. You said, in my opinion, I feel like the governments are asking these questions, so defense can't really come at her too hard. They have too much to ask, maybe. Maybe that's a strategy. Like maybe they're asking certain questions so they don't like get at you get at her specifically. Could be a strategy, could be a thing like that. Very much so. Okay. No update yet. But let me see if the other outlets do. No. Dang. This is insane. I'm I'm picturing a rubber suit like the American Horror Story. Every time she sounds so crazy. Oh my God. All things can be true. Maybe they're trying to eliminate those gotcha moments because, I mean, I don't know. Are they gonna name $half in this trial at some point? You're this person is $half. Yes, $half. I think that they are. I think that they are. I'm ready for this one. By the way, there is a drug dealer by the name of RayJ that Bana was dealing with. By the way, I did read that in the transcripts, which I'll be releasing Bana's last transcript part tonight. Okay, I have to edit still, but yeah, the defense is definitely going to bring up $half for sure. But there is a rug dealer named RayJ. Just not the RayJ that we're thinking. But yeah, okay. No update on here. I'm checking my phone too. I don't have an update here. 2 spots. So she was doing some of this on Valentine's Day. I mean, kind of makes you, okay. Wait a minute in my RayJ voice. Some drug dealer named RayJ, but people have said, oh, is it the other RayJ? I think it's a different RayJ. $0.75 already mentioned. All right, we have an update. Okay. You saw cash during these hotel nights. Where? Drawer, nightstand. When Sean ran out of cash, what did he do? He made a phone call to a security or assistant. KK, cash would appear. How much? A good amount, since Jane. Wow. Okay. All right. So you saw cash during the hotel nights. Where? In the drawer or nightstand? When Sean ran out of cash, what did he do? He made a phone call to a security or assistant. KK. KK was bringing the cash. Cash would appear. How much? A good amount. Okay. A good amount. Well, it'd be good to kind of know like how much. 10,000? 20,000? How much money would appear? It's crazy. We don't, CJ. Who do you think is going to do the cross here? Brian Steele? Agnifilo? Nicole Westmoreland? Maybe that should be a poll. Who will do the defense? I think everybody for the most part. Shapiro was one of them too. I'm Shapiro and Donaldson. Yeah, she's proving the solicitation part, right? Shapiro's doing it? You said Nicole? Oh, man. Nicole Westmoreland was on something else. I'm telling you, you read those transcripts, you're like, damn. This lady is tough. She's tough. She's tough. Can you tell me the number to call to get the stack of dollars that she had? Listen. Not if I have to be on Diddy's team. No update. You said, except for Nicole is an assault victim so well, so she's down low and dirty. You didn't like her? I mean, I don't know. A lot of people felt some type of way. I know people feel some type of way. I mean, she's doing what a defense attorney's going to do. You got that from BJ? Gotcha. Thank you. Ladies love gardening project and more. Thank you for the 5. They shouldn't bring up her ex. They will be outing who she is. Therefore, will no longer be a Jane. Thank you, a lady, for this $5. I appreciate you. Lady Loves Garden. Thank you. What do you guys think about what Lady Loves Garden is saying here? It just wouldn't surprise me if they bring him up, though, honestly. But yeah, I mean, they could definitely out her. You think Nicole would eat her alive? Oh, Lord. You said, why is Diddy giving me OJ vibes? Do y'all remember what happened to the lawyers after OJ won the case? What happened to the lawyers after OJ won the case? Lord. Shout out to Diddy Docket. What happened? What had happened? I think they're hiding your live stream, Rabbit. I would not be surprised if they're hiding my live stream. At all. I would not be surprised. They won't let me be great. Let me make sure that I post this on my community wall. But yeah, you think that they need to tread lightly on the X? Well, you know that's I feel like 50 was kind of waiting in the shadows, like a good little troll, you know, waiting to be mentioned one way or another. And he wasn't even mentioned by name, but he was waiting to be mentioned so that he could have something to say. Honestly. Okay. All right, so we have an update from CNN. Now, hold up. Let me refresh this real quick. Jane says she rejected a man Combs invited to their hotel room. Jane described a time around 2023 when Sean Diddy Combs invited a man to join them in a hotel room in Los Angeles, and she rejected having S with them. She initially tried talking to the man and let him touch her, but Jane said that she knew that this was definitely not something I could fake doing. She then told Combs privately that she couldn't do it because she wasn't attracted to that man. Jane said Combs told her, "Are you sure? Maybe just a little?" She went back to where the man was, and when they saw each other naked, Jane said that she was repulsed by him. Oh my God. When she told Combs again that she couldn't do it, his demeanor was agitated and accepted it, but just seemed almost a little confused by it. This wasn't like a typical thing for us to have like a hiccup in the routine of the night, she said. Jane said that they excused the man and then another man came into the hotel. Oh my God. How annoying. Jane explains why she set up the S performances, even though she didn't want to. I loved him very deeply, from CNN, and I quote. Jane says she recalled setting up hotel nights as a surprise for Diddy on 2 occasions. She said that those instances was probably for special occasions such as Valentine's Day or Combs returning from a long trip. Jane said that she could hear the gray lines in between his words that implied that he wanted the S performances to happen. Combs would say things like, I can't wait to see what you have for me, Jay said. I just knew what task was being asked of me. When asked why she set up hotel nights for Combs, even though she didn't want to, Jane said, I loved him very deeply. This is why she was doing it, okay? Straight out of her words, and I quote, okay. Back to Inner City Press. Okay, so they were bringing in money. She said a good amount. Comey says, to whom did Sean hand cash? Paul Don, he'd pay at the end. What would Sean say before he brought out his iPhone to record? Nothing. Or it's just for me. Did Sean sometimes act differently? Sometimes happy, sometimes not. Damn. That's crazy, man. Yeah. The defense is going to ask, why did you stay? Yes, they're going to ask that. I think that's an expected question to ask, right? Hold up. We have an update. What directions would Sean give? To put the baby oil on the man, to torch him? When you knew the camera was on you, how did you react? It was just a part of it. Did Sean ever record you while you were not on drugs? Rugs? No. Okay. This is crazy, crazy. You said Terry Hayes, hi Rabbit. Say hi to Lido Terry Stuffy, Sacramento. Hi Lido Terry Stuffy. Thank you for this $2. Appreciate it. Thank you. Shout out to Lido Terry. Thank you. Let's see. No update yet. Because she loved him. Because she loved him. That's what it sounds like. Let me see. Hold up. I gotta shout out somebody. Robin, thank you. Oh. Let me see. Robin asked the question. Okay, we haven't asked, are these men hung like horses as to cause pain and harm to women? It's just an awful question no one has to address. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Robin, for this. What do you guys think about Robin's questions? Are these men hung like horses as to cause pain and harm to women? What do you guys think about that question? I think that maybe Diddy's just kind of a special kind. You know what I mean? A special kind of person, you know? Okay. Comey then says, did you act like you enjoyed it? Yes. Government asks, why? I want to put on a good show. What fantasy talk did you engage in? So much. Play, a fantasy. I'm sorry, there's just so many memories. We would create characters. They would create characters. So remember in Cassie's situation, they would have to like they would do like the play stuff, and they couldn't really get into it. They kind of like stopped that. I don't know. They coached her for sure. You said Nelda? Okay. Let's see. Now they thinking about being a thing is a thing. What do you guys think so far? He's a special kind of person. Diddy was, right? No update. Now hold up. Let me see what CNN is saying. Okay, nothing on there. So they would create these characters kind of for the play. I don't know. They would kind of get into that. Kind of makes you wonder. You said I'm sure they had to have an adequate package. He probably played a clown. Well, is that where the Bert and Ernie comes into play? Call me Ernie. I said, oh no. And then you had the rubber duckies. Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, she sounds like she had a sitter. I think claiming S addiction is a good defense. No update. I think Diddy clearly is a very, liked certain things about certain things, and he would engage in certain things. But I don't think that this is what this trial is about. I think that it's the in-between and the details. That's all of this is really what this is about. Let's see. You don't think she's a victim so far? He pushed her boundaries, definitely, but he was way worse with Cassie than from what I hear. And a lot of people feel like that too. RA. Some people don't feel like it. I mean, like I said, you guys are entitled to your opinion. I'm not here to convince that. I'm here to just report on what's happening. But a lot of people do feel that same way. They don't feel like, was she an individual that was willful in this, right? Like, where she sat on this, what was the deal? Addiction is never a good defense. I mean, it sounds like he was still doing FOs up until they were still together up until he got arrested. So, and when his houses were getting raided, there's pictures of them together. So, you said, I think by the government at this point asking these lowball questions is watering down the point they're trying to drive home. The trafficking and the heavy sedating of the girlfriend is part. You know what? I would agree with you on that. I feel like the government in some of the questioning is like overkill. Like even Ariel Mitchell said it, and I would, even though I don't always agree with everything that she says, but she said it too. She said that there, like, some parts is just overkill. It's like, okay, if you met your element, or if you've already met, why are we still going back to this? You know, so some of the questions is a bit. Are they all necessary? Are they trying to drive their point? Is it making sense? Okay, hold up. Combs said that the men who, excuse me, Combs paid the men who joined the hotel nights in cash, Jane says. So Jane testified that she saw Diddy giving them cash to at least 2 different men after they had S with her. She paid 2 men after their encounter. All right, let me pause right here. Let me ask you, all right, I'm going to play the devil's advocate a little bit, and it might stir up some stuff in the chat, but that's okay. I'm going to do it because it's on my head. You're watching the man that you want to be with pay these men cash after you guys have your little encounters, like more than once. Now he's already paid the flight and everything, but you're watching the man that you want to be with pay these men in cash after they're done. At one point, you kind of have to realize, well, damn, I think this is prostitution that's happening here, whether you understood it or not. But at some point, you do have to kind of wonder, like, what did she realize? She just see them pay cash. Like, the man that I'm with just paid cash for this guy to be with me. When do you wake up and say, this must be prostitution? Kind of have to wonder about that. Okay. She paid 2 men after their encounters, and then she paid them too. But the cash she gave them always came from Combs. Sometimes she would have S with men. Jane said that she would go into the bedroom while Combs said goodbye to the men in the other room. When they traveled between May 2021 and October 2023, Jane said that she regularly saw Combs with cash, and he typically kept it in the hotel bedroom's nightstand. Every so often, when Combs ran out of cash, the music mogul will call in security or his former chief of staff, KK, to bring in the cash. So that's my question. When does she realize that, okay, yeah, I'm making his fantasies, but at some point, this is prostitution? I have to wonder. Let me know in the chat what you guys think. When do you realize? When does that happen? Okay, hopefully my camera doesn't go off. Combs says, I'm going to, government says, I'm going to show you some exhibits, not on the council screen. Who is this? Me and Don. The one is, the next one is me and Sly. This, me and Paul. Then me and Leo, Antoine and myself. Was Sean present for all of these? Yes. She says yes. Okay. What do you guys think so far? What do you guys think of my question? You think she knew what it was? You said, I agree. She said everything else, unless it was physical abuse or more. I'm not hearing that yet. Well, when did that become? Because with Cassie, it was like physical abuse. Pretty, I mean, we saw it. We saw photos of her. So when did she realize, this is the man that I love, and this is where I'm at? Coco's mom, what do you think? Shout out to Coco's mom. I have to wonder about this. Where do you guys land with this? Okay. Jane says, I wore the tripper shoes on the whole time. What would happen with the baby oil? It would drip down in the shoes. I would try to keep my balance. Oh my God. Did Sean ask you to get your areas pierced? Yes. I said it would turn him on. Or he said it would turn him on. That's what he did with Cassie. That's what he did with Cassie too. You said the $50 is doing a documentary with the serial K's wife, making the money of the SW victim's expense. Side-eyed that $50. Side-eye the $50. Yes. Okay, where are we at with the likes? Are the likes liking? Let me know. Thank you. Can we get to 1,000 likes, please? And thank you. I appreciate it. It's an infatuation period. Interesting. Yeah, you're waiting for the physical abuser part. Not that I want to, we don't want that to be the case, but that was the thing with Cassie, right? So Cassie in the transcripts had to get on a pool of baby oil with those heels. I'm dead. Listen. We're not busting our backs with heels on like kiddie pools with baby oil. That's too much. You said she knew the whole time what she was doing for the money. He says, well, but I have to wonder, like, where do we stand with that? You said she knew in the beginning, she knew that it wasn't going into this relationship, but loved him, so she stayed loyal to him. See, I have to wonder about this. Let's see. No update there. Let me see what Combs recorded the sexual encounters on his cell phone and said the videos were just for him. This is what the accuser says. So he would record this during the hotel nights on his cell phone and told the recordings were just for him. Jane and Combs would record nearly every time she had S with another man in front of him. She testified that she was always high on drugs when Combs recorded. Jane said that she was fine with Combs recording the hotel nights because she was used to it. It was just part of what was happening. Well, how many nights did she have? Jane said that she acted like she enjoyed the encounters because I wanted to put on a good show. Combs would regularly direct her what to do sexually during the hotel nights. Jane testified she followed the directions on command. Oh, jeez. Oh my God. Okay. Update. Who set up your piercing appointment? KK. Enter the chat again. Like if I think we need to have a permanent picture of KK all over because she's constantly being mentioned and everything. Okay. Who would set up your piercing appointments? KK. Then they got caught on my lingerie. Oh, and my areas got infected. I took them off. Why am I touching my areas? Oh my God. Oh, they got infected and I took them off. What did Sean say? He said, where are my piercings? This is the last time I see you without them. Oh my God. Infected. He said, I'm curious if she told anyone like the family or friends of $50 or anybody. Did she tell the $50? I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Bruh. Oh my God. Okay, I think we have an update. Did your back hurt? Yes, from bending over so much. Oh, Lord have mercy. Let me stop, y'all. Did your back hurt? Yeah, from doing too much. Where else did you get sore? In my area. Did you tell Sean? No. Why not? I didn't want to indicate any negativity. Oh my God. Jury sees photos of hotel nights. There's 15 photos of the hotel nights that were taken during the hotel nights. The public was not able to see the photos. Jane testified that each of the photos showed her another man during the hotel night, and one of the encounters took place at Sean Diddy Combs' house. Jane said Combs was present for all the nights and captured the pictures. Why would they take pictures? I'm like, oh my God. Okay. Why did you keep going? I'm not sure. Sidebar. Oh God, it was time for a sidebar. I was surprised there was no objection or sidebar yet. It was time for a sidebar. Oh my God. I'm opening something, y'all. That is crazy. Well, I don't know if it was about time for a sidebar. Hold up. This is crazy, y'all. Okay. Y'all be doing too much. Let me just. I think I've given you like 20 timeouts today. I'm trying not to block you, but you're doing too much. Did he maybe threaten to tell $50 about everything? Probably. 10 million for a month? Excuse me, 10,000 for a month? For her plus the humiliation? Damn. That's crazy. It was. I'm thankful for a sidebar. That's too much. Maybe the photos could be used to blackmail people into keeping them in the silent. Could be. But I think she's a you said it on FO, because she said she wanted to get into FO. Or excuse me, OF, not FO, OF. That, I mean, she would have been able to, she would have had control over herself. He didn't want her to do it, but she would have had at least more control over the situation. You know what I mean? Yes. Remember when the videos and there was the threats? That's right, to release them. Listen, I'm telling you, if I was at that trial, I would need people to hose me down. I'd be like, listen, you know those power washes? Yeah, get me on one of those. I want disinfectant. I don't want to hear about any of this anymore. Everything. Okay. Jane says Combs became super defensive when she told him she was done with the hotel nights. Okay. So she did tell him she was done. She didn't want to do it anymore. I think it's an important thing to kind of point out there. Jane described another night that Sean Diddy Combs promised would be romantic, but ultimately it led to a hotel night at the New York City in 2023 during her testimony in the afternoon. She said she flew to New York to visit Combs after he suggested it, but she hesitated because she figured he wanted to have a hotel night. Combs promised her that they would have a romantic time, just the two of them, so she agreed to go. When she was midair on her way to New York, Combs texted her about getting entertainment. So we knew about this. When she said she felt very disappointed and just felt like this weight was over her. Okay. When she got to New York City and met Combs at the Trump International Hotel, everything's happening at the Trump hotels. Why? Okay, it's a hotel. Combs had her wait for him in an SUV with the understanding that they were going to dinner. Okay, they're back. And they're back. Hold up. Sidebar. Okay, let me make myself smaller. There we go. They're back. Do you have an estimate of how much times you told Sean you didn't want to keep having these hotel nights? I don't have an estimate. Did you write? Yes. And sometimes I'd have the courage to text it to Sean. So the question was, do you have an estimate of how many times you told Sean you didn't want to keep having these hotel nights? I don't have an estimate. She doesn't remember the many times that she told him she didn't want to do the hotel nights. Did you write? Yes. And sometimes I'd have the courage to text it to Sean. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. Sean Combs, this is from Washington, sometimes ran out of cash, as well as rugs. Sometimes his marathon freak-offs, according to his former girlfriend and alleged trafficking victim, testified under the alias Janes. Combs would typically pay, and if the event ran longer, Jane said that he would have one of his employees bring more cash to the room, much like a staff routinely supplied pill bottles and full of illegal rugs. Prosecutors are hoping to underscore the amount of cash and illegal activity that flowed through a single night in one of Combs' freak-offs. The defense has painted the event as a consensual parties. Okay. Man, oh man. Consensual parties. What do you guys think so far? Where do you guys stand with it? What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. And shout out to everybody. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. I'd appreciate it. That would be amazing. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. You don't have to, and you do. Thank you for doing that. We're going to be busy this weekend, clearly pre-recording videos. I still have a lot of videos to catch up on. So thank you guys for your patience on that. I'm one person. Okay. So we have an update. What did you see in your text messages? That I had been texting him since 2021, how I felt. So she did an inventory of her text messages. She says that I have been texting him since 2021, how I felt. What's this? So they're showing the text. November 2021, I felt jealous. I saw that he was doing things with another woman on his IG stories. Okay. Sounds like what happened with Cassie. It would have been nice to have had Gina on the stand, don't you think? That's right. Even if it was consensual, dealing rugs was the criminal enterprise. Absolutely. Yeah, maybe he's just so charismatic that people in real life that people want to do anything to please him. It just sounds like everyone was in a Diddy cult or something. Absolutely. Yeah, he told you what it was. How are you going to get mad? Carisha, was it with Carisha at this point? Yeah. Carisha. At this point, sounds like it. I don't know, Miss Hill. They said that 3 and 5 are axed. They're going to introduce the evidence, I bet. They're going to have to prove that the rugs was given by him. Okay. How are they going to do that? It was Young Miami. So this is because it seems like, I mean, but he told you what it was. She said. And it's not that she can't. I mean, sure, you could feel jealousy over that because I think that's a normal feeling. But this man was not to be tied. That's what it don't sound like he wanted to. Hell, I mean, Kim Porter gave him children and she was loyal to him for the longest time, even for a long, long time. And he didn't even respect her that much. You know what I mean? Doesn't seem like he had a lot of respect for anybody, but that's just my opinion. Sorry on my headphones. We have an update. Okay. Why did you feel jealous if you knew he was dating other women? That's a legit question. I came to do hotel nights with Don and Sly. Then he gave quality time to another woman. This next text I wrote, I just needed a breather and a break from you. So that makes sense. Okay. So she's like, listen, I'm over here because I want to spend time with you, but you're setting me up with these FOs. And but you got time to spend quality time with this other woman. Okay. I get it. What do you guys think? Jane describes the health issues that she says she faced because of the hotel night. CNN is reporting on the health issues. Hold up. Let me make sure I don't have oh my God, the health issues. Jane describes the health issues. Okay. She testified her shoulder and her back would hurt during every hotel night because she would have to stay in certain positions for many hours. Oh God. That's what my partner wanted to see. She testified that she got UTI and yeast stuff as a result of hotel nights. She says she took antibiotics for the stuff. And sometimes she would tell Combs when she had them. She said that there were times where she couldn't fully recover from an infection before they had another hotel night. That's like Cassie. Cassie went through the same thing. Cassie said the same thing. Thank you so much for this, XOX Min XOX. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for this. I appreciate the support. Oh my God. Thank you, love. Okay. This is crazy, man. He would love bomb and then dehumanize and coerce them by holding the money over their heads. Rinse and repeat. I would say that he fine-tuned this tactic after CV. Okay. Okay. Update. Play this exhibit, a voice note. This is the government. So the government is telling them to play this exhibit. And it was a voice note. She asked me to work out. This is the time you're going to curse at me. I don't have a bunch of guy friends. Don't matter if I just F her. Be sad, go crazy. I don't deserve being honest with somebody. Oh, okay. So this is Diddy's voice. And they're playing a voice recording. She asked me to work out. Diddy's talking. He's saying, she asked me to work out. This is the time you go and curse at me. I don't have a bunch of guy friends. Don't matter if I just effed her. Be sad, go crazy. I don't deserve being honest with someone. Oh, no. So they're playing a voice recording. They're playing a voice recording. Yeah, he could have said, I mean, it sounds like an ultimatum there too. Like, I don't have a lot of guy friends, and if you don't like it, you can go, right? It does. So he clearly probably has messed with this other person. That's what it sounds like. I don't know. This is the pin? Shawnee, say more. What do you mean this is the pin? That should have been the red flag. You're getting all these UTIs too. Oh my God. Just sounds so painful, guys. No update. Damn. Okay. Comey says, how often did Sean call you crazy? Often. It made me feel confused. What did you say? That she didn't just come to the gym. I don't even care who you are laying up with. I wanted that time with them. I said, you just want the hotel-ish. So how often did Sean call you crazy? Often. It made me feel confused. What did you say? That she didn't just come to the gym. I don't even care who you are laying up with. Jane says, I wanted that time with him. I said, you just want the hotel-ish. Oh, man. Okay, so it got pretty intense, it looks like. You'll have to ask his mother why. You said, I don't know. She knew he wasn't loyal. Feels like there's no way to win for either of them. She wants him. He wants multiple women, and that's not going to work either way. That's right. He wasn't going to be tied down. Jerome D says, well, I do wonder what the defense is going to say about this. Damn, I wonder how baby loves mom feel. Aren't they married? I don't know. Oh, this is crazy. It's the justification of it all. You know what I mean? Let's see. I have somebody making a lot of noise outside. You said, see, she knew what was up. He never threatened her. I mean, is he holding it? Okay, so here's the question, Kate F. And I think this is a good point. I think there's a difference here. I mean, he's telling her, like, there's another woman, okay, clearly. And I'm waiting for the part where KK or D-Rock or Roger Bond would, I mean, I don't even think they were with him by then, but you know, security's out there looking for this Jane Doe. Like they're out there looking for her. I'm not even hearing that at this point, right? So I do wonder about this. Was he not paying for rent anymore? But the argument of the opening statement from the government is that he made these women, he made her very dependent upon him, so much so that she couldn't just afford an apartment by herself. She couldn't just do the things on her own. So I do wonder about this. What is this looking like? Oh man. That's what it looks like. I can't wait for the transcript on this because I want to read that voice note. I do wonder about that voice note. Okay. CNN reports Jane says Combs demanded that she put back piercings. So she got an infection from all the piercings, right? Jane says Combs demanded that she put back piercings. Jane said that she always had to have outfits ready and wear tripper heels for the entire duration of the hotel night. That would be crazy. I wouldn't be able to do that. I would just always be on point as far as my glam. Sometimes around the end of 2022 or the beginning of 2023, Jane testified Combs said he wanted her to get her areas pierced. Combs' former chief of staff, KK, helped her schedule an appointment at the place Combs recommended. After about a year, Jane said that she stopped wearing the piercing because they snagged on her lingerie. Ooh, and they were bleeding and got infected. That just hurts. Oh my God. Jane said Combs got impatient because she didn't have the piercing and eventually demanded that she put them back on. Where are my piercings? This is the last time I see you when you don't have them, when you don't have any on. So Combs was telling her, like, if you don't wear them on, it's the last time I'm seeing you. Okay, bye. Okay, like bye. Why don't you wear piercings? Why don't we pierce your thing? Like, what are we doing here? Literally. Okay, my camera's acting up. That's okay. I'm gonna change the battery here pretty soon. That's my question. Why don't he do the piercing? Why doesn't he get his pierced? He needs to pierce his thingaling. Okay, that's what he needs to do. You said, boy, bye. Yeah, why don't you get the Tootsie Roll done? Okay, then maybe we can talk. What are you talking about? That's what I would have said. Jane says she told Combs she wanted to stop, but he would get defensive, belittling and dismissive. Jane testified that she didn't know how many times she told Diddy Combs that she wanted to stop the hotel nights, but typically it was a text message. She tried to tell him in person or over the phone that he would overpower the conversation to get defensive, belittling and dismissive. Jane said that she would often collect your thoughts in the notes application of her iPhone. She said that it was the only avenue to get my feelings out and write my thoughts and my feelings. Said sometimes got the courage to send her thoughts to him. Towards the end of the relationship in 2024, Jane said Combs told her he never knew she didn't want to partake in hotel nights. She believed him at the time. She believed at the time, but later reviewed her text messages with Combs and came to realize she'd been expressing those feelings since 2021. I had been saying the same thing over and over again, she said. Okay. That's what I would have said. Did she ever try to leave? And did he ever try? That's what we're waiting for. Do you feel me? Like we're waiting for, like KK was calling, or like, it got so out of hand that Roger Bond came in and brought her back. Like that's what we're all waiting for too, right? That's what I think. They're not on the same page. He wants this. She wanted something more. She probably loved him too much to let him go, and he just didn't care. I think so. How are you guys kind of landing with Jane Doe? I mean, it might come Monday. I don't know. They got I think are they ending at 4 or 5? What do they say? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I called the idea. Couldn't afford my own rent. This wasn't the choice. Damn. Government has her just to prove the trafficking and transportation of drugs. That's all it sounds like. It's not even like I'm wondering about this. Do they just have her on the stand to prove that? Oh, do we have an update? Oh, yes, we do. All right. Right on time. Let me make myself smaller. What happened here? I had S with Leo. I was high. It made my partner happy. I was okay with it. How many phones did Sean use then? 2. Sean started dating another woman. He did a big birthday for her. How'd you see it? IG. Oh, okay. He started dating another woman. She found out through IG. What do you guys think? She got the message after an IG post. Oh, damn, that sucks. That sucks. Honestly. Carisha, please. See what had happened on IG. Is that Carisha comes in? Oh my God. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. I don't know, man. Young Miami? What do you guys think? That is the worst thing. That's how she found out. But guys, like, she knew that he was not monogamous. So she knew that he was not monogamous. I think that that's the biggest thing. And she doesn't have to, she could have probably dated on her own too, right? But she knew that he was not monogamous. She said it. Jane developed a UTI and yeast infections after nearly every freak off. She testified. Her back and her shoulders hurt afterwards. Okay, I think we read this. So she was trying to stay positive. Her pelvic area hurt during freak offs. She testified that she didn't feel comfortable complaining because Combs wanted her to stay positive. Jay said that he would become upset, defensive, belittling, dismissing on multiple occasions. I mean, none of these women were, I don't know, like, the only one I ever heard say that she wanted to have a baby was Cassie. Hold up. So let's see. She wanted with another woman on his IG. Oh, okay, here we go. What did you say? I see what you are going for. I see you are going for her. Why did you play me? Says she's just a business partner. Then you say she's spending money on you. How would you feel if I said a man was spending money on me? You wrote, I felt cheap. I felt cheap. Oh my goodness. You can't make this up. It's like the dark twisted soap opera, but it's a lot. Could you imagine having a baby with this monster? I don't know. He said he was public with Carisha from day one, got her to show, and was tricking hard both Cassie and Jane. Oh man. He was public with Carisha. That was kind of like so it's like, okay. Carisha got a music career, a podcast, cars, and public acknowledgement. She experienced the girlfriend treatment they didn't. Oh man, says Jay. Oh man, oh man. The love of the money is the root of all evil, right? No update. So she got mad. I don't know. Okay. Jurors are looking at text chain from November 2021 after Jane returned from a 2-day freak off that she had thought was going to be a weekend getaway with Sean Combs. And he saw a post and saw he posted Instagram photos of another woman at his home gym. This doesn't make me feel good at all, Jane wrote. I see that I see what I'm turning into in your eyes. You've been saying you miss me and want to see me, but you're lying. You just wanted the hotel-ish. Combs responded with a filled voice message that thundered throughout the courtroom on replay. You are effing nuts. So be sad. Go crazy. Go do whatever the F you want to do, he said. It doesn't matter if I just finished effing her the other day. Get out. This man, get out. And that was in what year? Get out. Get out. Get out. That's what it said. Oh my, get out. You can't settle with somebody like that. You have to get out. So Jane is reading the text message she sent Combs, okay? And some of which where she said she needed a breather. Jane wrote she was feeling some type of way and referred to a homegirl. She testified that she had just gotten back from a hotel night from Combs, and she saw social media posts that she was spending quality time with another woman. She says, I felt mistreated and I was coming there to do a hotel night. When I was leaving, he's given another woman his quality time. And I was like begging for it. Oh my God. Okay. In other messages, hotel vibes. Jane referenced hotel vibes in the names of 2 male entertainers they had seen. I need a breather and a break from you. This doesn't make me feel good at all. Your true intentions with me in plain sight. She wrote another message. Jane testified that she was referring to the hotel nights. Now, they did take a break from each other for several months. So it wasn't like a Cassie situation, right? I don't know. It's giving some. You said it's not a Tyler Perry movie. Oh my God. I'd have been like, get out. Get out. I don't think she has a civil lawsuit. You're kidding. Get out. Get out. Ah, my goodness. This is not bueno. This was her way out. My goodness. He did, Lady Kiki. He treated her like an prostitute. He did. Seemed like he treated women you said seems like he treated the women of his color better. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I can't say what Jane is, but I don't know. Which show she could leave if she wanted to. Jerome D, she wasn't being held. If that is the point, she wasn't being held. Vic is in the chat. They took a 4-month break, right? So it wasn't like the security was going out there and looking for her, right? But like I said, some of this is that teetering of transactional. You know, her feelings could have all been in, but it seems like at some point it got really transactional, you know? You know what I mean? But yes, he never manipulated her. He kept it real with her, but she just had her own perception. Absolutely. I mean, there's a difference between these two relationships, I would say. You think Carisha wouldn't put up with any of this stuff? Or if she did, she would have been like, this is what it's going to be. That's interesting. After your first hotel night in May 2021 with Don, what did you do next? Out on a yacht. And later, he would just sleep after hotel nights. What did you write in this note? I wrote, why am I just for your freaky desires? Damn. Always keep a diary. It's evidence. Cassie kept all her receipts. Cassie kept her computers. Yes. She is that prostitute, but that doesn't trigger some sort of liberty to abuse. That's right, Franny Law. There's a difference. Like, yeah, she could very well have been engaging in all of that, but that doesn't give him the right to abuse her in any other way, right? Like, I agree with you on that one. Thank you. You said this is why I no longer date men with more money than me. Some of this sounds so familiar. Oh man, because they feel like they can own. Ew, Carisha says she drank that urine publicly. She did say. Oh, Carisha, please. I remember that. Oh no, no. Okay. You guys, after this, I might need to be hosed down. We're going to need a hosing. We're going to need a cleanse of this place because this is too much. They are very controlling and mean. Yes. Anyways, let's see. Where are we at? Did you send this to Sean? No, I did not have the courage. And this note, I wrote, you were partying with another girl. You just want me for debauchery. I'm done being used by you. You trashing my house with your dirty debauchery. I'm done. Oh, damn. Whose house? Her house? Whose house? Her house? Kind of makes you wonder. Wow. Yeah, we need church service after this, literally. I feel like regardless of how sick we see this stuff, these women actively participated in the mess for that lifestyle. To a certain degree, I would say, and some I wouldn't necessarily. I would say that there was probably instances where they were pushed to it. But at the same time, there was, sure, like we could say that there was times where decisions were made. Like here, I think that she realized this, like you're spending quality time. If this is about quality time, Diddy's over here with, you know, who we believe is Carisha. I think it's pretty obvious, but okay. And he's using her for something else. I think for me, the biggest, like, and I can't speak, I'm not in that position, but I think the biggest red flag, if there's anything in between, would have been the fact that he's paying men for this. The extent of having to fly to different hotels to do this kind of activity is a little crazy for me, if you know what I mean. I just cut myself. I think that, okay, so then CNN reports Jane says Combs would tell her all the things I wanted to hear after fights. After the text conversation, Jane and Combs FaceTimed her and calmed her down. It's something Combs would do after having a fight about the hotel nights, which Jane said happened often. We would say all the things I wanted to hear. He would say that it's not what I'm thinking. He would just downplay whatever I was freaking out about and said that he loved me and that he missed me and wanted to see me. Okay. Jane testified that he once told Combs he didn't want her and he just wanted the hotel nights. So at some point, Diddy told her this. The jury's hearing more text message exchange from Diddy and Jane. Don't you effing miss me and you're bored over there? Just say ish to me all the time. You don't deserve me. Combs sent her audio messages responding, you got to believe this is the last time you're going to be cursing at me. Combs denied having S with the woman Jane saw him with on social media and said that she was crazy. I think we read this part. Would he get physical with her? Would he get physical with her at this point? I do wonder about this. No update. Yeah, I would agree. I love this right here. This is a valuable lesson that all that glitters isn't gold, okay? And that I think there's something we can all learn from this, right? Honestly, we can all learn from a situation like this. I would agree with this. Thank you for this comment. We got to understand, not all that glitters is gold. Okay. No update. If he's telling her to leave, if she wants, how is that coercion? That's a great question. That's a great question. Financial abuse is a real thing, even if he didn't beat her. I think we're waiting on that too, Yanni, but I agree. I agree. See, she knows what it is, but she's keep asking if, like, I think that, you know, she was that kind of like that person that was like, if I stay with him, I could change him, right? We were just talking about that earlier. I don't know. Maybe some of you guys can relate where it's like, you know, you stay in situations, they may be horrible situations, but you're staying there thinking that you're going to change the person somehow. Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever been in that. Have you ever been in a situation where you felt like you could completely change the person if you stay, if something happens? I think a lot of people can relate to that, whether it's a relationship or whatever it may be. Okay, where are we at? Washington says nothing. CNN, no updates. What do you guys think about that? Yeah, see, I think I've been in that as a young girl. When I was young, you know, young and stupid, I got myself in situations that I thought, well, maybe if I do things this way, or maybe if I do things a different way. Simply Nikki says the chat is jumping today. Yeah. We just never really know. But I think that, I don't know, man. I guess we'll see what happens. Let me see what the poll. I know we had a poll up. Let's see what our poll is saying. Thank you guys for those that have supported. Thank you for hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 1,000 likes. Do you feel that the government is meeting their burden on this Diddy case? 663 people voted. 77% said yes, and 23% said no. We have an update. Hold up. Let's see. And okay, so she was asked, she had wrote something about the other girl, that you were partying with another girl. Comey then asked, and what was this? So they're showing messages. Right after I said my birthday, having S with 3 men. In the hotel room, Sean went on vacation with another girl he was dating. Government speaks. How did he respond to your text? He wrote, I didn't tell her about your birthday. He's vacationing with other girls. He's vacationing with other girls. No. Mm-mm. No. He's vacationing with other girls. I mean, literally. He didn't want to be with her. Like, that would have been like, is this response? I mean, he's vacationing. Like, I think that this is the piece that is like, shout out to you, Coco's mom. She says she's been married to the same man for 35 years. Miss Toby, how do you feel about her? I mean, you say at this point, I don't know. Like, no one, I kind of have to wonder, what do you guys think? She says, how did he respond to your text? He wrote, I didn't tell her about your birthday. Oh man. So where, I don't know, man. What do you guys think? You said they proved the transportation, but I can't believe all the other things that they're trying to put on him in the amount of RICO. The arson was never proven. A lot of the witnesses. The arson was kind of hard, that's for sure. Hey Sue, how are you? I see you in the chat. Okay, hold up. I'm trying to say, who hasn't been that? My tolerance threshold is super short-lived, but bye-bye a changeable one. Thank you. This guy wouldn't make it past a single espresso with me. She'd be like, we're not having coffee, let alone anything else. Shout out to Freddie Law. Freddie Law is like, we're not getting past anything. You're not even getting my number at this point. Oh my God. I know. You think he's treating her like that because of who she is real? That's right. Vic's like, shout out to Vic. Yeah, you ain't talking to me at all. I don't know, man. I don't know. We don't. You guys are funny in the chat. Okay, hold up. Let me see. Do we have an update? No update. Somebody just called me. Okay. I wonder if the other woman was seeing one of the 10 GFs he told her about the beginning of the relationship. He's angry that she got played, and this is more personal. Well, I mean, I don't even think she wanted to testify, Jerome, so you kind of have to keep that in mind. Ooh, baby buddy's yelling. Okay. No update. No worries, Pika, do your thing. These OF models do stuff every day. This is where, well, he didn't want her to be an FO model, right? I don't know. Did she get to be one? She probably had to distance herself and lost her support, right, Sublime? But to make her dependent of him, that's the argument that they're making, that he made her dependent of him. I do wonder about this. Like, you know? Oh my goodness. Do we have an update? Oh man, is Twitter acting up? Oh please. This is like the last. So she did FO after he was arrested? That's interesting. Let's see. Here it is. What did he write to you next? That it looked like I had a nice birthday dinner with my friends, with my girlfriends. And who paid for that dinner? Sean. But was he there? No. And here you said you were tired after 3 men. Oh my God. After 3 men in one day? There's a woman, I'm sure you guys know who I'm talking about. Don't like I forgot her name, but she was doing like all kinds of things. 576 men or something like that in like 24 hours, and she had to be hospitalized. That's crazy. That's insane. That's a lot of people. So she's talking about 3. She was tired after 3. Oh my God. Oh, she says she's a content creator and made good money, and her child support is no joke. So she wasn't depending on his money just like that. Yeah, like there's a difference. Is a TikTok girl or was it an OnlyFans girl? That's the question. Do we have an update? I think we do. Okay. Something strange for a change. She got up to the thousands. She did. That's crazy. In 24 hours, that's crazy, man. That just your body, to do all that to your body is insane. It's almost like you're wanting a death wish with that. It's crazy. You said there's a few of them running around trying to have the highest numbers of men in a day. Wow. You said she was there when he got arrested yeah, she was there, Michelle. This Jane Doe she was with them up until his arrest, is what it sounds like. Okay, we have an update. What did he write to you here? He wrote, I'm tired of you throwing S in my face. Let's just be friends. What did you think he meant? Anytime I brought up the hotel nights, what did you write? Are you really breaking up with me? Oh. Oh, no, 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 no. She didn't want to break up with him? Is that what it is? Jerome D, thank you for the 5. I think women go and try to use him thinking he will pay for their time and care for them. Then it's reversed to them like being used. You think women are trying to use Diddy? Okay. I don't know. What do you guys think of Jerome? Tell Jerome your thoughts, because you can actually reply to the super chat in the comments. Thank you again for the $5 in support. But Jerome, you guys can actually comment to Jerome's super chat in there. I'm kind of wondering what you guys have to say to Jerome. What do you guys think about what Jerome just said? Diddy comes off like a trick. It's reciprocal. Okay. All right. Oh man. Let me see what you guys I want to know what did anybody respond to Jerome? Nobody's responded to Jerome. Well, okay, was he doing this to J-Lo too? J-Lo doesn't seem bothered. Was he doing this to J-Lo? You said it's both? Okay. I mean, that we know of, this wasn't happening with J-Lo. I thought J-Lo was going to be a surprise witness. Here comes J-Lo out of the courtroom. Surprise witness. And then it turns out that it's not even that. I don't know. Oh, see, now people are responding to J-Lo. 100 or J-Lo, I'm sorry, to Jerome. Okay, so Jerome, you got a lot of responses on that super sticker, and I kind of want to read them. It says, Jerome, 100%, somebody said, he approached her. Vic says, I think that's fair, but I don't know if that applies to every woman. Savannah says, yes, it's giving that, especially because of history with this witness and what she does to get her fame. Oh, shit. Okay. Mika says it's both, but it's starting to sound like Jane flew too close to his son. Okay. And then Wendy says 100. Look at y'all. Okay. I like this. See, Jerome, people be dragging Jerome in the comments sometimes because they don't like what Jerome says. But I think here people are seeing two different sides of an argument. Okay. Update. So she starts sobbing. You're the only man in my life. You took someone else to the place I have dreamed out. Where? Turks. What did he write? He wrote, I'm tired of these long texts telling me what I'm doing wrong. I wrote, what am I doing wrong? Oh, so they were like breaking up. Girl wanted to be with him. Let him go. 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 Don't hold that door anymore. Let him go. Oh my God. She wanted to be with him. She was willing to do this. Let him go. To the left. That's right. To the left. To the left. Everything you own to the box to the left. Hold up. Let me see what CNN is saying. That's no. She says it was really heartbreaking for me as a CNN because I felt like I saw this big, grandiose birthday that he did for her versus the type of birthday. So he was throwing birthday parties for the other girl too? Oh no. Oh no. No. Jane says Combs started dating another woman shortly after participating in hotel nights. Oh no, girl. She says she felt so cheap. Jane reads messages from February of 2022 where she and Combs, what color dress he should wear. She testified that they're getting ready to meet up for the birthday at a Los Angeles hotel. Jane said Combs told her that they were going to dinner and then would hang out, and she wasn't expecting to have a hotel night. Okay, we read this. Soon after the birthday, Jane testified that she saw social media posts that Combs had started dating another woman. It was really heartbreaking for me because I felt like I saw this big grandiose birthday, and he did for her versus the type of birthday that I experienced with him. I don't ever want to do another hotel night. She texted, I don't want to do those things with you on my birthday, but I wanted to make sure that he had a good time. I felt so cheap once again. Girl, no. Oh, no. Um, mm. Yeah, right? Like, right there. What is the government doing here? I guess I'm trying to understand, what is this part supposed to do? Because I feel like the defense is totally going to play on this. Matter of fact, Combs didn't want to be with you anymore. Wouldn't you agree? He wanted to end the relationship. Wouldn't you agree? I could hear Westmoreland or Brian Steele in my ear right now. Like, I'm playing the movie forward at this point. That's what's going to happen. That's right. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Can you guys do me a favor? Don't expect my mods to block people. I really, oh, there's a break. Good. I really don't like that. Can we, like, and I mean, like, there's people that say block this person. No, you have a block button. Use the block button to block the person if you don't like their comments. We have to be mindful of that because I don't have a lot of mods. And also, we need to make sure that, if you don't like what the person's saying, you block that person. Then you won't see the person anymore. You won't see what they're saying. Exercise your block button. So thank you. Thank you. You said, that's right. He took another girl. You took another girl to the place that I dreamed about is wild, right? I'm having a hard time with this witness because I feel like the defense is going to drag and we're going to miss the elements of what they're seeing as Rico. But yeah, that's how I see it. I don't know, but you guys let me know what you guys think in the comments. You said Sublime. Yay, Rabbit, that's a good solution. Yeah, we do. And I'm really trying to foster that. But if y'all can handle each other's opinions, block the person. You don't have to see the person. And it's no big deal, I promise. There's this thing on the chat. It's like a 3 little dots. You hit it, and it blocks that person for you. So I don't have to block the person or my mods. Because once I block somebody, it takes me a while to go to the studio and unblock the person. I can't do that. I don't have time. I don't have time. You think the prosecutors are writing the clock down? Yeah. This is insane. You said, I hope she has friends, family, and loved ones that support her this weekend. I would be like, I'm telling you, if I was a witness or a victim of this, I would probably ask for some type of, like, I don't know. What's the word? Change of identity. That's what I would do. Annie, you said, but it's 5 a.m. Can you please go get some rest, Annie? Shout out to you. We'll be done here pretty soon, y'all. Because I gotta get some. I'm tired. I've been live for what? Almost 5.5 hours. I think she still loved him and wanted him because that's what she does. She's testifying because she has to. That's right. She's testifying because she has to. I think she probably would still be with him if it wasn't for all of this that went down. She was with him when he got his house raided, and she was with him after the arrest. Yeah. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Thank you. That's exactly my point, Vic. We're going to have an empty chat if we block people. So yeah, don't direct my mods to block people. They're there. Let them do what they do. I don't appreciate that at all. If he gets off, she's going to try to spin that block. Ooh, what? I don't know, man, but she stayed. She said, no, J-Lo didn't need him. She had her own money and didn't need him. Well, once he was with her, once she was able to build off and take from other artists, yeah, J-Lo then became her own person. But she needed Diddy in order to make it into, in order for On the 6, in order for all these other things, to have happen. You know what, Rhonda? You notice this? The defense is not objecting to anything. I'm waiting for the defense. Like, they've had maybe one sidebar here with this one. Well, I'll have to count. I think we've had maybe 4. I feel like we've been through other hearings where there's been longer sidebars. You know? You're trying to figure out what the government is needed to lay to? Ooh. I don't know. Let's see. Do we have an update? Okay, without jury. Okay, here we go. Counsel to Jane Doe. So, counsel to Jane Doe. There's an attorney for Jane Doe. I want to bring to the court's opinion that there are YouTube accounts that are actively trying to find out Jane's identity. We find contact information, we reach out. We're recording live streams. Didn't I tell you guys? Didn't I tell you guys? You guys, I was blocking some, and I did time out people that were saying who she was in my chat. Oh my. They said YouTube accounts. YouTube, we have not disclosed who this person is whatsoever, and we will not. And we have not. Okay? Yeah. Academics is the one that, check academics. Check DJ Academics. Okay, YouTube? You want to find out who? Check and he's got a bigger following than us little people over here. Okay? Well, I didn't disclose her name. You said I told you, but you didn't want to listen? Who, me? I didn't say her name. I haven't even said the other person's name. I'm glad to have stumbled across your unbiased coverage of the trial. Thank you, Savannah. Please keep doing this. And here's a little something to help you out. Thank you, Savannah. Appreciate it. Thank you. I have not disclosed that woman's name at all, but thank you, Savannah. I appreciate it. But you guys got to be careful. Yeah. Hold up, guys. Oh, Vicky's talking to us. I was like, I didn't do nothing. What did I do? Yeah, so I did remove people that were saying who she was. Hell, I think I have her name blocked too, so there's that. Give me 1 sec, guys, while we wait. You said good for you. Thank you. Let's see. Let me do something real quick. Update? Okay. All right. Do you have evidence if these people are in the courtroom or in the overflow room? Jane's counsel, if we have found that, we would ask for them to be banned from the courtroom or overflow room. Make an ex parte filing, and I'll ask marshals to investigate. Oh, shit. There you go. They'll ask marshals to investigate. There you go. I don't know. I only know, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Oh my gosh, Dirty Bitch, thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate it. Yeah, I told you guys they were going to be doing that. You guys got to be careful. People got to be careful. Yeah, academics has been playing the people's lives out there, and so there's been a lot of people that have been saying different things and whatnot. So I think we have to kind of be careful of this situation in general. Alexis Mitchell, Lex, thank you for becoming a member. You said know your rights. Thank you, Alexis Mitchell. All right, update. Jane's counsel, if someone publishes her license, it would violate your order. Send me what you can and I'll consider it, even over the break. Who's posted her license? Who posts? Look, who posted her license? Damn. That's crazy. No update. Let's see. Yeah, who posted her license? We're trying to find information. You know, what is going on? But hey, guess we'll find out as things are popping up. No update. People got to be careful. I accept in photos. Baby Bunny's like reacting. Oh my gosh. Okay, what else did they say? All right, I think we're waiting. Sorry, guys. I got quiet because we were waiting for an update. Let's see what CNN is saying real quick. I think we're almost done. So the court takes a short break. You want Jane's attorney asked judge to take further steps to protect her identity. Jane's attorney is addressing the court about media and social media reporters about her identity. The attorney is asking the judge to take further steps to enforce the pseudonym order. Oh, and I wonder if the one in the courtroom gets kicked. That's a great question. For the popcorns, thank you. Morris17, thank you so much for this. Franny Law says for the popcorns, thanks, Rabbit Squared. Hold up, y'all. And again, Franny Law, thank you. Franny and Morris, thank you guys. Okay. Who's Rabbit Squared? Let's see. We're waiting for an update. Damn, are they gonna take all day or what? Just trying to figure it out. We got to get done soon, guys, because I got stuff to do. Yes, Rabbit Squared is Rabbit and Baby Bunny. Baby Bunny is a handful, honestly. Yeah, but it's not up to us to put her name out there. Like I said, we knew who she was, but it's not for us to put her name out there. I think we just have to be careful. And, it's a little bit different too. I think that if you're actually in the courtroom outside reporting on this, you got to be careful, man. Because they do, but there's just a lot of creators that get away with it. There's a lot of creators that are getting away with it that I've said it. So I'm like, it is what it is. Like I said, I've blocked a couple people, not blocked, but timed them out for saying her name, even though some people got mad. I don't care. I told you guys not to say her name. We're not going to chance it. We don't want to risk that. It's one thing for you to know who she is. Sublime, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Sublime. But there's bigger creators who said it too that I was like, they're in the courtroom. I said, you guys are pushing it, but okay. Baby Bunny's doing too much. She's out there. I'm supposed to be done. I don't understand her anonymity, but the court rules are so tech. The YouTubers are ruining our moment, says Mika. Oh, wow. Yeah, Tasha K outed people too. She did. She did. Yeah, no updates. Diddy has hired audio experts for this trial? Really? Damn. That's a good, I don't know. I think that they're not even like, and I'm thinking in my mind, why didn't they do a better job in like trying to keep her anonymous too? Like, couldn't they have like put her in a separate room with like an audio recording type of situation that way? Did they have to do it right? They don't have a covering for her. She doesn't have a covering, just like Mia didn't have a covering. So it's a little too late for that, but they could have done that. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. You guys let me know what you think. No update yet. Y'all, are they gonna adjourn? Because I'm ready to start because I'm tired. Oh man. They need the jury's reaction. They could have done the separate room with the audio. I don't know if they need the jury's reaction because I thought that they didn't want people looking at the jury. Well, they could have put the jury and then they could have put like a little like thing on her. I don't know. Something that would have made this a little bit different, but yeah. Well, what's going to happen is I hope they don't be kicking YouTubers out because that attorney literally put YouTubers out. If you're a YouTuber and you're in this courtroom, you're out. Can you imagine that? Yeah, people need to realize this is a federal trial. Absolutely. If you're in the overflow room, I don't think you could see her, but you're right. Only those. So they did due diligence to try hiding her. The nosy and the scandalous people are out there doing the most. Damn. I think so. I just didn't even think in my mind that she would have been a Jane Doe. All audience could have been placed in the overflow room. That's right. Well, that's what I was thinking. Jane Doe is why didn't they give her like a virtual screen? But they did this in I remember seeing people testify via Zoom during the Johnny Depp trial. Was that people are still kind of trying to get over the C-19 situation though, right? Oh my God, y'all, I have to go soon. So I'm going to have to, I want to know kind of how this goes here before I go. Somebody was at my door. Yeah, like a screen with the dub voice or something, you know? But who put, so somebody posted her license? Is that what I heard? Hold up. If someone published her license, it would violate, no, I think it's the question. If someone published her license, it would violate your order. Who published her license? Who did that? Or is that just like a conditional question? You know? It doesn't matter. Yeah. That's crazy, man. This is about to get real. They're like, how, oh my God, between the fights outside the courtroom, people can't even hear the information anymore. Hold up. CNN is giving us a new update. Jurors react to explicit photos. Okay, are they back? Before the break. Okay, this was before the break. Yeah, they had like 15 photos. Okay. That was 3 minutes ago. I don't think they've started. Oh my God. I don't know if she drove herself to the court. Could this cause a mistrial? Yeah. I know, Vic. I'm like, I've watched too much TV. Absolutely. I grew up with TV. Somebody said we're going until 5. Oh, Lord. I'm going to have to peace out soon. What time is it now? 3:30, 3:29? I don't know if I can go all the way to 5. Mm-mm. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? That's my question. You believe all witnesses have security and driver for this? Yeah. You need to go to work. Don't get in trouble now. And then the Weinstein situation is happening too on the other side. So there's that. Yes, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah. There was a slip. I heard it too. I was like, oh shit. And I hope she put that video on private, because guess what happens when you get too comfortable? You get too comfortable, you know? Yeah, the federal witnesses are driven to the, they have like because I remember them talking about this. Like they had an exit point and a meeting point to make sure that they made it safe to and from where they were going. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know what, guys? I'm gonna head out because it is Friday and I'm tired. Okay. I don't know how this is gonna end. All right. But you guys be careful out there. You guys tell those content creators to be careful. We gotta be careful. But I gotta go because I gotta go get rest, and my battery camera's about to die. I could see it. I gotta go get baby bunny. I really appreciate everybody that supported today. I have a video that I'm editing. Hopefully I'll release it tonight. And I mean like later at night. So if you're staying up, make sure you check it out. I will see you guys tomorrow, and shout out to everybody who has supported today. You guys are amazing. Thank you for watching. I think BJ is still live. Go watch BJ. Bye, guys.